Introductions by members. Member for Coquitlam Burke Mountain.
Thank you, Speaker. Today in the Hall of Honor, members of the Tri-City Iranian Seniors Club were present for a very special performance of Women Life Freedom. Organizers Mojgan and Melody joined performers Melina, Bahrain, Faribors, Nakhmeh, Amir, Rahman, Zara, and Aida, who were also joined by Yuna, who was behind the camera. Thank you to Premier and to MLAs from both sides of the aisle who joined at some part of the presentation. And thank you to the members of the Tri-City Iranian Seniors Club for making the trek all the way from Coquitlam today. Zandagi Azadi. Thank you, Speaker.
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, Honourable Speaker. In the gallery today are a number of friends. They traveled from all the way from Kelowna, most of them, including a couple of them, all the way from India. Mr. Speaker, up in the gallery are Shivam Anand, Renu Anand, Rishabh Lamba, Rajesh Anand, Priya Lakshay, Raghav Mahajan, and Gurinder Singh. Mr. Speaker, most of these young folks came here as international students. They went through a lot, as we all understand the difficulty and challenges newcomers per se, but especially the students go through. And they, not only that they completed their endeavor, but they are actually establishing themselves to be very productive member of our society. And their parents are here to visit them now to see the successes that they are going through. And I'm so happy that they're all here and made it into the question period and to see how this system of democracy works. And I warned them about a question period. And I told them that this is probably one thing that I enjoy the most, although I'm the one that never got a question. That's why maybe. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say, please help me welcome these fine young men and women and their parents from India and give them a warm welcome.
Minister of State for Workforce Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to introduce some guests in the gallery, the civil service team from post-secondary for myself and Minister Robinson, who have done all of the heavy lifting on the International Credential Recognition Act we introduced today. I've been telling people, you know, I'm just the pretty face. They're doing all of the real work. But I'd like to introduce Tony Logren, Kate Haynes, Elena Van Leeuwen, Emily Lewis, Alejandra Lemus, Christine Fast, and Eben Watt, as well as Wen Hay, Marcelina Iverson, David Bodrick, and Tess Zirovic. Will the House please make them welcome?
Minister of Jobs and Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure today to introduce several folks from the Canadian Manufacturing and Exporters here for the annual Manufacturing Day at the Legislature. Today we have from the BC team, Andrew Wynne Williams, CME Divisional VP BC, Jennifer Sang, CME Director of Operations BC, Lenenka Turcot, CME Events Marketing Manager BC, Ivy Legatova, CME Office and Events Coordinator BC, and they're joined by many others from throughout the manufacturing sector. I'll read your names relatively quickly. There are 12. Carol Arneson, Jotstrom Engineering, Chris Salamthby, Weir Jones Engineering, Colin Campbell, Acera Insurance, Jonathan Robertson, Rymex Supply, Leslie Nolan, Starlin Windows, Todd Gilbert from VMAC, Trevor Borland, Pacific Bolt Manufacturing, Alan Spear, Humble Manufacturing and Jedi Industries, almost Jedi Industries, Chris Nudd, Hazelwood Group, Lawrence Eade, Purdy's Chocolatier, Lisa McGuire, Manufacturing Safety Alliance of BC, Melanie Pot-Yondi, Rymex Supply, Rob Scheer, Acera Insurance. The manufacturing sector, Mr. Speaker, is of course very important to BC's economy, and I know the MLAs from both sides of the House will enjoy meeting with folks from this important sector. Thank you.
Member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Well, it was 5 years ago, almost to the day, that my dad was diagnosed with cancer. He did so to celebrate his 70th birthday, or so he said. Fast forward to 5 years later, and my dad, being the ever overachiever, ended up celebrating his 75th birthday last week in the hospital, being diagnosed with the heart disease, as well as having 2 stents put in. But he says that he's done overachieving for now, so would the House please join me in celebrating that he is right as rain and ready for his birthday party this week, and that he is going to be done overachieving with any more health concerns on significant birthdays.
Minister of State for Childcare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a constituent in the gallery today, Nahid Safari. She's a PhD student at UVic, an instructor and an advocate. She is also a passionate and dedicated advocate for the ongoing struggle for women's rights and freedom in Iran. Will the House please make her feel very welcome?
Member for Chilliwack Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to welcome Kelly Favreau here in the gallery today, who's joining us on behalf of the initiative My Voice, My Choice. This group is made up of Canadian victim complainants for Canadian victim complainants. It seeks to amend the federal criminal code so that no person is ever forced into silence due to an unwanted publication ban. Over the past year, they've provided recommendations to the federal government and are set to become law next week through Bill S-12. Could everyone please join me in welcoming Kelly Favreau to the Legislature?
Member for Langford Wandi Fuca.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the distinct pleasure of welcoming some constituents from Langford Wanda Fuca, in particular the District of Souk, here to the Legislature today. From the Souk Region Museum and Historical Society, we have in the Speaker's Gallery Lee Boyko, who has served nearly 17 years as Executive Director of the museum. Sadly, is going to be semi-retiring and moving on to bigger things in the years ahead. We have Donnie Eve, who serves as President of the Souk Region Museum and Historical Society. And I have the distinct honor, as has my predecessor, John Horgan, in welcoming to the House Alita Pearce, renowned historian from the District of Souk, and also an Order of BC recipient. Alita has certainly a significant portion of her life, dedicated a significant portion of her life to preserving and promoting the history of Souk and its surrounding areas. She truly is a pillar of the Souk community, and for me, she's not just a historian, but truly is a custodian of recognizing the past of Souk and making an effort for people like me to better understand the traditions, cultures, and customs of Souk. So will you please join me in welcoming Alita, Donnie, and Lee to the Legislature here today.
Member for Burnaby, sorry, no. Boundaries Milkameen. Boundaries Milkameen.
You've heard some of us from more remote places comment in this place about how we don't get guests that often from our ridings. Even more uncommon to run into somebody here that is from my hometown that I didn't know was here. And this morning that happened. So I just wanted to flag, welcome Donald Ferrand, who's an outspoken activist from my community. Welcome him to the building. Thank you.
Member for Paul River Sunshine Coast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my 3 friends. It's a pleasure to welcome 4 guests from the Sunshine Coast here this afternoon to the Chamber and in the Speaker's Gallery. I'm pleased to see my friends and counsel for the District of Sechelt, Donna Bell, Adam Shepherd, Darren Inkster, and His Worship, John Henderson. Will the House please make them welcome?
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Statements by members.
Member for Chilliwack Kent.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Intimate partner violence, sometimes referred to as domestic violence, rips lives and families apart. The places and people we call home are meant to be where we are safest and loved, which makes the betrayal of this type of violence all the more difficult. Added to that is the stigma and the myths associated with intimate partner violence, which can make it harder to speak out and to find help. At a time in our communities where we see a rise in gender-based violence, Honourable Speaker, supports are more important than ever. That's one of the reasons I'm so proud to share what's happening in Chilliwack and Kent. It's called Chilliwack Purple Light Nights. Inspired by the Covington Domestic Violence Task Force in King County, Washington, an international campaign highlighting October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. For the entire month, businesses and homes are asked to shine a purple light to help honor victims and survivors and to send the message that domestic violence has no place in our community. Purple, the color representing courage and unity, and a light to show the way. Activities for this Domestic Violence Awareness Month have included information tables, hockey night with the Chilliwack Chiefs, and there are silhouette locations throughout our community. Silhouettes that break my heart, but that are so important. These cutouts are the silent witnesses. Each one represents someone impacted by intimate partner violence created by inmates at Ford Mountain Correctional Center. Each has a QR code that links to a story from one of our neighbors. Honourable Speaker, there are so many partners and businesses making this possible, but I want to extend my gratitude to the organizers. Chilliwack Community Services, Stalo Nation, Wilma's Transition Society, Chilliwack Sir Optimists, Ann Davis Transition Society, Chilliwack Community Policing, Chilliwack RCMP, United Way. Whether it's a porch light or a lawn sign, we can all show our support. This month, we can all shine a light, save a life, to honor those who lost their lives to domestic violence, to support survivors, and to give hope to those still living with abuse. Together, the folks in Chilliwack and Kent stand with survivors. Thank you.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, out in front of my constituency office, I had an unfortunate incident where a man was obviously having quite a difficult time, and he decided that he would take a steel pipe to the side of my office. And so my staff quickly called the White Rock RCMP. They came. The gentleman was then taken to Peace Arch Hospital. But what he did next was, after, he decided that he, with the White Rock RCMP, wanted to come and meet with me specifically to apologize for that incident. And to be honest, he didn't really have a lot to apologize for. He was obviously struggling, and he was having some significant struggles. The number one struggle was he did not have a home. Fast forward to 2 years, and about a month ago, this gentleman, through his hard work of 2 years of sobriety, came to my office because he was coordinating the End Homelessness Rally, the homelessness support walk that happened out in front of my constituency office that was led with the Sources Community Resource Center and the Peninsula Homelessness to Housing Society. This gentleman has given everything he's got for 2 years to remain sober in order to be a participant in the community and to actually foster a relationship with his child, a relationship that has been severed for over 2 decades. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight the walk that we had in White Rock. It happened in front of my constituency office. It was a walk that I was proud to take part of. I know in White Rock specifically, in the last 5 years, we've seen a dramatic spike in homelessness. And I just want to highlight this one gentleman's story because it is a story I'm sure that is happening in various communities throughout. But it is through the hard work of some of these individuals that have seen so much trauma in their lives are able to get to a place where they see hope. So I want to say thank you to that gentleman today. I know that he's watching, and I look forward to what we can do together to make White Rock a better place.
Member for Surrey Panorama.
Mr. Speaker, it is said that great writers start as avid readers. October is National Library Month, and I was lucky enough to attend a gala recognizing the winners of the 36th Surrey Libraries Youth Writing Contest. Since 1987, this contest has played a vital role in fostering literacy, creativity, and confidence in young writers. The contest offers an opportunity for the participants to submit work to be judged by local writers. Hundreds of entries were narrowed down to recognize 30 in 6 different categories. Those recognized were highlighted throughout the evening, and each of them shared either a passage from their work or shared their experience of creating. From short stories to poetry, comics to spoken word, and even a song, we witnessed fresh, unfiltered perspectives as young writers shared their passion for their craft. Gone are the days where a writing contest is a poem or a story. Their willingness to take risks and to experiment with new styles, genres, and themes showed us how they embrace their own visionary potential. Their excitement and dedication was more than inspiring. Learning about their challenges, their resilience, and their commitment reminded us that setbacks are part of a life journey and never an excuse to quit. It was wonderful to come together with families, writers, mentors, and sponsors to celebrate and recognize the talent, creativity of those young authors. Congratulations to every single writer for sharing their work. It takes a lot of courage to submit your writing to be read and judged by others. Thank you to Surrey Libraries for supporting our young readers and writers through creative, innovative, and supportive programs. And thank you to all the librarians.
Member for Peace River South.
Well, who doesn't like hockey? In fact, some of the best hockey to watch is women's hockey. And I'm proud to say, thank you, and I'm proud to say Dawson Creek will be hosting the 2023 National Women's Under-18 Hockey Championships again, which is a showcase of Canada's top women hockey players under 18 from November 5th to 11th. We're lucky to have a partnership in Dawson Creek with Hockey Canada, BC Hockey, and the City of Dawson Creek for ongoing national events just like this. There's going to be 8 teams coming: BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Quebec, a combination of the Atlantic provinces, and 2 teams from Ontario. I also know that the nerves will be on edge for these women because we're also using this event for the players to be scouted for the opportunity to play on Team Canada. I want to thank our neighbouring communities as well, the District of Chetwynd, West Moberly First Nations, and Soto First Nations, who will be hosting the 2 Ontario teams on November 4th for an exhibition game. And local Tumbler Ridge player McKenna Lloyd-Howe will be able to show off her skills on Team BC in her hometown when her and her teammates will be traveling to Tumbler Ridge on November 4th for a practice and a meet and greet at the Tumbler Ridge Rec Centre. And the players, which I also thank them for, will be spending their 1 day off in Dawson Creek, meeting with all our youth, touring in all of the elementary schools. These events could not happen if it wasn't for the region pulling together, whether it's the hundreds of volunteer hours that go into this, or everybody stepping forward with all of the donations, sponsorships, and grants. This is also a great opportunity to showcase and support women's hockey, and as a side note, projected to bring in $1.8 million of revenue into the province of British Columbia for that week. So thanks to everyone involved for bringing this event to Dawson Creek. Best of luck to all the players and their teams, and we look forward to another successful Hockey Canada event in my region, November 5th to 11th.
Member for Vancouver West End.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Well, I was walking down Davie Street the other day, and a constituent stopped me and said, "Where are you going?" And I said, "Well, I'm in a bit of a rush, but I'm on my way to announce a new housing project for our community, affordable housing." And he said, "Well, which one?" And I said, "You're right. It's not just one. We've had a lot." And I say that because there have been many years where we didn't have any. So in this case, I was on my way to Davie and Burrard, where we got to unveil, we got to dig the dirt, we got to get going on 154 new homes for low and moderate income families and individuals in the West End. Yes, it was a hopeful moment because we know the need families face. We know the need that seniors have. We know the need that our community in the West End and Cole Harbour have had for a long time to have that secure housing. That's what builds communities. That's what builds safe and wonderful places to call home. So 154 homes, but that's not all, Honourable Speaker. In that announcement, we also got to unveil that we'll be building the new home for Community. Community, BC's gay, lesbian, trans, two-spirit, intersex resource. It's exciting because we've been trying to get that built for as long as I have been associated with what first I knew as the centre. Over 20 years we've been trying to get that centre built, and because of an investment by the provincial government, $29.8 million, and I say thank you to the people of BC, it is their money, we need to remember that, we're actually getting that project built, Honourable Speaker. To see the eyes, to see the tears, to see the joy in people who had this little dream that slowly built new spaces for seniors, new spaces for young people, new spaces for immigrants coming to our community for the first time and wanting to find acceptance and love. It's very exciting, Honourable Speaker, and I can't wait to see people moving into their new homes. Thank you.
Member for Kelowna West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let's transport ourselves to the glittering streets of Paris, the enchanting city of love, haute couture and boundless dreams. Picture a grand runway bathed in soft light where fashion whispers secrets to the world, and in this magical setting, our story unfolds. The tale of Carol Lily, a brand that danced its way from West Kelowna to the heart of Paris Fashion Week. Meet Donna and Danielle Chauvin, our dynamic mother-daughter duo, standing backstage with their hearts racing. Their jewelry, meticulously crafted by Donna herself, awaited its moment in the spotlight. Then it happened. The lights dimmed, music swirled, the models glided forth, and among them, adorned with Carol Lily's jewels, they shimmered, a testament of love, creativity, and generations intertwined. Their jewelry graced the Silk Epoque show by Olga Zeman. The anticipation and the thrill of discovering their designer pairing on the day of this show added another extra layer of excitement to this incredible journey. And let's not forget their Rolls-Royce anniversary celebration, a moment of pure opulence and joy. Some pieces of their Paris Fashion Week collection have already found loving homes, leaving a trail of beauty and elegance around the world. So here's to Carol Lily, a legacy artfully woven with love, endless creativity, and the enchanting magic of 4 remarkable generations. It's a story that continues to unfold with breathtaking excitement and boundless wonder.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Member for Prince George Valemount.
Mr. Speaker, well, under this Premier's watch, a taxpayer-funded drug crisis has exploded. Urgent warnings from doctors over the past 18 months were dismissed despite the growing and undeniable proof. Diverted hydromorphone pills, or dillies, now flood platforms like Reddit, sold openly by the tens of thousands. Shocking images show mounds of white pills next to their original prescription bottles, part of the NDP's so-called safe supply. When is the Premier going to stop turning a blind eye to this devastating taxpayer-funded drug trafficking?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I had the opportunity to visit the New Roads Treatment Centre in Saanich, and there I met a young man named Tyson who described how 5 months ago he was a broken man in a jail cell, and thanks to the efforts of New Roads, the staff there, the community, he's on a better path. And I think that's the goal, and I heard the member from South Surrey talk about a gentleman from White Rock. That's the goal we all have for people struggling with mental health or addiction issues. The goal is to keep them alive. Now, there was a point when all the parties in this place agreed that we have to try different things. We've got almost 13,000 people who died as a result of the toxic drug crisis, and we will continue to do that work. It has required refinement, as we said it would, as we all agreed it would. And we've taken the steps necessary to protect parks, communities, businesses, bus stops, but also, most importantly, the people, the brothers, the sisters, the aunts, the uncles, the parents, the kids that are struggling with addiction.
Member for Prince George Valemount, supplemental.
Well, I'd like to assure the Premier that the Health Committee didn't endorse buckets of pills on the streets. Apparently, the only people endorsing that approach are the Premier and his minister. There is undeniable photographic evidence, and yet this Premier and his NDP government continue to fuel the NDP taxpayer-funded drug crisis. On Reddit, there's talk of dealers obtaining, and I quote, literal buckets, with alarming comments about the NDP government handing them out like candy and throwing them around like TikToks. Reddit users openly discuss how this so-called safe supply recipients sell their dillies to purchase fentanyl. How much longer will the Premier ignore the solutions offered by a plan like ours, where better is possible, and stop funding rampant drug traffickers?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. What an embarrassment. You know, this member sat on the all-party committee and understands the complexity and the challenge of this issue. No one in this place supports buckets of any kind of illicit drug that cause the kind of havoc that opioids do. This government sued the producers of those opioid pills successfully, leading all the provinces across Canada to the largest settlement in Canada. Not only that, we're taking it, absolutely, Canadian history. Not only that, we're taking action on the illegal drug dealers as well. The RCMP in September of this year, 6 suspects, one of the largest drug busts in BC history, $256 million worth of fentanyl. The last 2 convicted each got 11 years in jail. In March, $13 million in drugs, guns, and cash for arrests. We seized the Hells Angels clubhouses, and we're keeping them, Honourable Speaker. For the member to pretend that we are anything other than going after the drug dealers, whether they work for the big pharma companies or whether they work for the criminal gangs, is completely false.
Member Prince George Valemount, supplemental.
Well, let me be clear with the Premier. What the Health Committee did discuss was how to try to keep people alive, not endorsing a situation that is leading to increased addiction and potentially death. Under this Premier's direction, directly due to his policies, cheap hydromorphone is creating new dependencies in people who were not previously addicted. Its street value has plummeted by up to 95%, and that is a direct result of the NDP government flooding the market. And these cheap drugs are promoted to teenagers as being safe. Desperate parents are calling MLA offices multiple times a week, stating that their child, believing they were taking a safe supply, is now addicted. Will the Premier do the right thing and end this NDP taxpayer-funded drug crisis that is causing devastating harms?
Premier.
Speaker, we continue to work with the public health officials. We're working with frontline addictions doctors on how to respond to this crisis. We're going to continue to do that work. I would say that the goal here is to keep people alive. I agree with the member on that. I agree that was the goal of the committee. That is the shared goal of this House. And to pretend that there's some kind of division where actually parties in this House want people to be addicted, want them to die of overdose, want kids to start new addictions, it's absurd, Honourable Speaker. And the member's been in this place long enough that she should be embarrassed to stand up and promote that. It was the member across the way.
Members will come to order. Members.
The members across the way watched surveillance video of drug dealers bringing bags of cash into BC casinos for a generation and didn't take action. So with all due respect, we are the party that's taken action on organized crime and drug dealing by getting physicians and nurses between predatory dealers and people struggling with addiction. We're going to keep doing that work, Honourable Speaker. We're going to make sure to help people deal with addiction.
Official Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely stunning that this Premier refuses to acknowledge the problem that is diversion that's taking place across British Columbia. So let me bring it back to a real person that's been impacted. The photos on Reddit tell the story of the NDP's taxpayer-funded drug crisis, as online platforms have become easy gateways for our youth to access these taxpayer-funded drugs. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what happened to 13-year-old Camilla Sword and her friends, according to Camilla's father. Her father says, and I quote, "I got blindsided. I didn't understand how easy it was for these girls to get it," end quote. Now, after first becoming addicted to hydromorphone, young 13-year-old Camilla tragically passed away. She overdosed. So to the Premier, how many more lives like Camilla's will be lost before this Premier admits the harm caused by the NDP's taxpayer-funded drug crisis?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question and to express, I trust on behalf of the entire House, our deep condolences to Camilla's father for the grief that he is enduring and I know will endure for the rest of his life. We understand that there are particular challenges that children and youth are facing. We are working very hard with health authorities, with frontline partners to scale up access to child and youth mental health services. We have substantially expanded our Foundry network of primary care and mental health services. We are developing integrated child care youth teams that work in schools with MCFD and with our healthcare system to intervene and provide opportunities to connect kids to care. Our primary consideration is to ensure that children and youth have the access to the care that they need.
Member supplemental.
Well, with all due respect to the minister, the government's plans on this front are failing miserably. I can speak to a youth detox facility in Kamloops that where the government made with a lot of fanfare a big announcement around 5 detox beds for youth many months ago. The member from Kamloops North Thompson and I were in there not long ago. We were walking around. We were being shown the space. The bed is there, all of the facility. It's all ready to go. There's one thing missing. There's no youth in those beds because there's no staff for them. The policy is a failure, and the minister knows it. Online platforms like Reddit and Snapchat are the front lines of the NDP's taxpayer-funded drug crisis, offering children and teenagers easy access to these highly addictive drugs. The heartbreaking loss of young Camilla should have served as a wake-up call on the dangers of describing these drugs as safe supply. Yet there's been zero accountability, no warnings, no educational campaigns, no tracking. This NDP government has failed in its most basic duty to protect the public, especially children and youth like Camilla. How many more tragedies does it take for the Premier to be accountable and to accept responsibility for the NDP's taxpayer-funded drug crisis?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I have to say, with all due respect, it's a bit rich coming from the party that closed the only youth detox centre in Chilliwack when they were on this side of the House to talk about access that children and youth need, that access that we are funding and that we are scaling up. We agree. It is really critical that we work with experts, that we work with the education system and the healthcare system to ensure that we are talking to youth about substance use in these times in the context of a toxic drugs crisis that has stolen thousands and thousands of lives of British Columbians. We really have to pay attention to how we're talking to youth. The Education Ministry, my ministry are working very closely together along with frontline providers. The Foundry, we have the Foundry services in working with school districts to provide targeted education to kids about this very topic. It's work that we are expanding. I absolutely agree. How we are talking to youth is very important.
House Leader of Third Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The BC NDP government must at least hold themselves to the same standard as they held government when they were in opposition. When the BC NDP were led by John Horgan in opposition, they set an appropriate standard. When a Minister of Children and Family Development repeatedly fails to protect the most vulnerable children in our province, they must step aside. The current minister thought highly of the former Premier. And the words of John Horgan to the former minister on September 28th is as applicable today as it was then. He said, quote, "In light of the pattern over the past few months, Honourable Speaker, through you to the minister, how is it possible you can continue to believe that you have the leadership skills to navigate this sensitive ministry and stop protecting the ministry and start protecting children?"
Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. Again, as I said last week, I understand his passion and his concern, and I share that as well. As the Minister, I have been and will continue to be determined to drive transformative change through my role as Minister. So that means through legislation, through policy, through budgetary measures. So, for example, Honourable Speaker, we passed legislation last year to support Indigenous jurisdiction.
Had very little to do with the actual question that I was asking. It's about the leadership of the entire ministry. Mr. Speaker, that September 2015, the BC NDP were questioning the former minister about the death of a young man in her care. BC NDP stood member after member, day after day. Horgan, James, Donaldson, Mungal, Simpson, all stood and called for the minister to step aside. That was 8 years ago. Despite claims that the minister just made that this ministry is undergoing transformation, reports continue rolling in describing the awful neglect and harm that this ministry is causing. Incredibly, the minister agrees with the criticism, offers a weak apology, and then stubbornly flouts the long tradition of responsible governments. If she won't go on her own, then we need unwavering leadership from the Premier to do what is right. But so far, this Premier wavers, waiting until the timing works for him, putting his political agenda against the welfare of our children. Mr. Speaker, through you to the Premier, will he do the right thing, replace his minister, her senior staff at the Ministry of Children and Family Development?
Minister.
Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member. Honourable Speaker, as soon as the ministry learned of the problems in the particular foster home 2.5 years ago, action was taken. The ministry made sure that all of the children that team was responsible for were seen and that their placements were safe and nurturing and loving. All of those placement decisions were reviewed and other steps have been taken to increase accountability and to increase oversight as well. Extra checks and extra layers have been put in because I directed staff. I said to them, you need to be able to show me that all of the children and youth in our care are safe and are being loved and being well taken care of.
Member for Surrey South.
Every single year, the Ministry of Children and Family Development under the NDP government has seen an increase in its budget, Honourable Speaker. We're supporting young people and diverting them away from the highway to homelessness. We're supporting young people, children and youth actually living in out-of-care placements, unlike under the previous government where the budget was gutted.
House Leader of the Fourth Party.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This morning I received a petition from over 40,000 Surrey residents and taxpayers who are asking this government to keep the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in Surrey. I am told that the previous Premier John Horgan was given this petition, but he refused to address it in this House. So today, as the House Leader for the Conservative Party of British Columbia, who does listen to taxpayers, I am speaking on behalf of the 40,000 Surrey residents and taxpayers who have signed this petition, who have been outright ignored by this NDP government. I am holding a fraction of those in my hand. I am asking this government to listen to this 40,000 Surrey residents who will be footing the increased property tax bill to pay for the City of Surrey to have its own police force. Will this new NDP Premier commit here and now to holding a referendum on policing in Surrey, or will he continue the NDP's long-standing policy of bullying and ignoring Surrey residents and taxpayers?
Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. No.
Member supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This NDP Premier isn't just bullying Surrey taxpayers. He isn't ignoring just Surrey taxpayers. His authoritarian approach is actually punishing taxpayers and communities all across British Columbia, Mr. Speaker. In my home community of Abbotsford, The taxpayers' share of the $150 million this NDP government is spending works out to over $4.5 million. $4.5 million that could be better spent in their community. What does this Premier have to say to hard-working Abbotsford residents and beyond who are now also on the hook to pay for the absolute mess his government has created in the city of Surrey by ignoring and bullying Surrey taxpayers and voters?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I appreciate the question from the member, and I'd just like to remind him before I answer the bulk of his question that the province gave the City of Abbotsford more than $27 million from the Building BC Infrastructure Fund earlier this year. And I'd also like to take the opportunity to point out to the member that what Surrey wanted to do was to transition back to the RCMP after they were already well into a transition to the Surrey Police Service. The analysis shows by the experts within my ministry and outside my ministry that the challenge for communities is the impact that that transition of the largest RCMP detachment would have in communities right across this province, Honourable Speaker. And I can tell the member that when the decision was made to move to continue with the Surrey Police Service, I heard from communities right across this province, including your own community of Abbotsford, that the decision I made was the right decision in terms of public safety, not only for Surrey, but for all of British Columbia.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, earlier we heard the Premier and the Mental Health and Addictions Minister do what they do best in this chamber, and that's try to point fingers everywhere else but take their own responsibility. I'll point out to the Minister that Camilla was 6 years old when this government took office, when she overdosed at 13 and perished. It's this government's failures and policy that we're talking about here today, and it's this government's policies and their failures that are impacting people in the here and the now. Taxpayer-funded drug trafficking thrives on platforms like Reddit. And that's well known now. Tens of thousands of hydromorphone pills are openly being sold. In BC, it's reported that drug traffickers have assembled teams of safe supply clients who sell their 32 daily pills directly outside the pharmacies back to the dealers for 50 cents a pill. The dealers then amass tens of thousands of pills, they traffic them across the country, and they make huge profits. How much longer will the Premier continue to fuel the NDP's taxpayer-funded drug trafficking crisis?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thanks very much, Honourable Speaker, and thanks to the member for the question. And I just want to remind the House that that our work with respect to providing prescribed alternatives to the illicit toxic drug supply, which was declared a public emergency in 2016, which took over 2,300 British Columbian lives last year. That program came into being at the beginning of the pandemic, largely in response to what we knew would be dramatic impacts on the ability of individuals to reach out to healthcare, to continue to have healthcare supports, and out of concern for public health that there would be an even more dramatic impact during the COVID pandemic as a result of the toxic drug supply. That program is under review by the provincial health officers, so that we can ensure that it meets the needs that people have today, given that we're no longer in the grips of the COVID-19 pandemic. But I would say, Honourable Speaker, that the importance of having a mechanism to come between predatory drug dealers who prey on vulnerable people and having our healthcare system able to intervene and support individuals. That's the objective of the program. That's what we're working on with our health authorities, with frontline providers, with public health. It's the work we'll continue to do.
Member supplemental.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Speaker, these taxpayer-supplied addictive drugs, they've become a commodity to trade for fentanyl, the very drug that the program is supposed to be trying to combat. The diversion fuels the taxpayer-funded drug crisis. It leads to more addiction, and is creating new dependencies in young people who weren't previously addicted. The evidence is very clear. We need a dramatic shift, and BC United's Better Responsible Plan is that shift, Mr. Speaker. It prioritizes treatment and recovery. When will the Premier actually focus on recovery and treatment and abandon this flawed, taxpayer-funded drug crisis?
Minister.
Thanks very much, Honourable Speaker. And I do want to assure the House, Honourable Speaker, that our pathway to hope is all about treatment. It is all about supporting people where they are at on their journey to recovery. Since 2017, we've opened over 400 treatment beds. We are in the process right now of procuring in excess of 100 beds. We have just started the work to open a seamless model of care right from detoxing and stabilization through to treatment at St. Paul's Hospital. We have invested in free or low barrier community counselling grants, hundreds of millions of dollars into upstream investments in child and youth mental health, all designed to try to create pathways to care and improved access for British Columbians to the care that we know they need. We were just up at New Roads talking about the beds that we've supported to continue to be in place there. There is remarkable work happening by our health authorities to provide virtual access, outpatient access, same-day clinical assessment and connection to care through Vancouver's Access Central. That's the work we're going to continue to do.
Member for Abbotsford West.
Mr. Speaker, the experiment's failing. However genuine the intention and motivation may have been, the government's approach is condemning more people, more young people, to a life of dependency and a risk of death. And what else do we know? We know that instead of prioritizing treatment and recovery, the government decided to divert over $1 million to two organizations, the Drug Users Liberation Front, the Vancouver Area Network of Drug Users. The Liberation Front, apparently, took that money and it enabled them to buy heroin, cocaine, methamphetamines from organized crime on the dark web. That's taxpayer-funded drug trafficking by any definition, Mr. Speaker. Will the Premier, confronted by this evidence, immediately order a full forensic audit of every penny that went to those organizations?
Minister.
Thanks very much, Honourable Speaker. And I just want to reiterate the pain that communities are in as they watch, as people watch hundreds of their friends and community members impacted and die as a result of a volatile, unrelenting, toxic drug crisis that poses one of the most wicked problems for our healthcare system. And I have seen doctors and nurses and outreach workers put so much into trying to find innovative ways to make sure that they can reach out to people and connect them to the care and treatment that they need. And I will say that I think we all know that peer organizations are an important part of the continuum of services that we provide. And having said that, of course, we absolutely expect that, that government's partners act in a lawful manner, and so the contract between Vancouver Coastal Health and the organization the member is referring to has been terminated.
Member supplemental.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberation Front has admitted that taxpayers' money provided by this NDP government was used to establish a facility that was central to its drug trafficking activities. They could then divert other funds to acquire cryptocurrency that they use to buy illegal drugs from the dark web, that haven for organized crime, gangs, and drug cartels. Taxpayers' money is being used to make the drug crisis worse, not better. I'll ask again, confronted by the evidence, apparently the decision to shut it down, will the Minister and the Premier commit to a full audit to determine what exactly these public funds were used for?
Hear, hear. Minister.
Thanks very much, Honourable Speaker. And I would just say that contrary to those claims, what we know is that the Vancouver Coastal Health Authority contracted with the organization explicitly to provide drug checking, overdose prevention training, harm reduction services, and per diems for Indigenous peer workers. And we know that those are the services that were provided. And having said that, and we know, and having understanding as we all do that those are critical services to keep people alive and to connect them to care. Again, we expect that partners will will operate in a lawful manner. And in this case, Vancouver Coastal has terminated the contract with the organization.
Member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Well, that's why we need an audit. Because the reality is that this government partnered with an organization that was buying illicit drugs off the dark web and then bragging about it through the media. But there hasn't been any police investigation. There hasn't even been any looking into it by this government. They didn't, begrudgingly withdraw the funding to this organization until it was brought up by the official opposition. This is a government that will give you everything for free related to using drugs except for treatment and aftercare. Absolutely. And medical professionals and frontline workers and even BC United, we've been raising red flags, urgently warning about the dangers of diversion from the NDP's so-called safe supply. And yet rather than stopping or even halting, pausing this failed program, the government's answer is, hey, let's flood the streets with even more drugs. Treatment, recovery, and providing a clear pathway away from addiction has to be the priority. But the NDP approach does not offer any off-ramps to recovery. So the question is, when will the Premier end this taxpayer-funded drug crisis that's creating an endless cycle of drug dependency?
Minister.
Thanks very much, Honourable Speaker, and thanks to the member for the question. We understand how critical it is that we are able to meet people who are struggling with substance use, who have addiction issues, where they're at, and connect them to the care and support that they need. And so that's why we've covered opioid agonist therapy through our pharmacare program. It's a universal. That's why we're responding to all of the advice that we get from frontline physicians, from nurses, from people in public health and in our healthcare system about what they need in order to better care for their patients. Access to OAT is one of those. We've made it accessible through pharmacare. We have over 100 treatment beds that are available free with no cost attached to them that, again, are available through health authorities. We've introduced low barrier and sometimes no fee community counselling in order to provide better access to the kinds of supports that people need. And that is work that we are doing, and faced with a system that was fundamentally deregulated, privatized, underfunded for years. That's a system of care that we are building to ensure that British Columbians get access to the care and support they need when they need it.
The bell and the question period. Members, I have the honour of tabling the Ombudsperson 2022-23 annual report. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. In this House, I call committee the whole Bill 36, Police Amendment Act 2023, and in the Douglas Fir Room, I call committee the whole Bill 31, Emergency and Disaster Management Act.
Committee chairs.
We'll call the committee to order. We're discussing Bill 36, Police Amendment Act 2023. Shall Clause 2 pass? Aye. Recognizing the member from Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Speaker. We left after a long afternoon last week on Clause 2. I'll make sure that I'll try and color within the lines with respect to the minister's sensitivities around the JR that's been implemented by the city of Surrey. So I'm going to go back to basically where we left off last week. During committee stage, last week, the minister responded to my question on whether or not any municipality was not meeting their duties and responsibilities under Section 15(1) as referenced under Clause 2 of this bill. The minister responded that it is not about whether a community is meeting its responsibility under Section 15, but it's whether or not communities that are under a proposed transition, whether their proposal would adversely impact Section 15, if I got that right. Now, turning to Section 3.12b, I need a little more clarification as to how the minister arrives at the determination that a proposed transition would adversely affect the ability of the municipality to fulfill their respective duties under Section 15(1). Outside of the metrics used to measure crime rates, caseloads, clearance rates, etc. So I'm just looking at what other criteria does the minister use to make that determination that the proposal adversely affects the future of policing in the respective municipality? Long question.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I appreciate the question from the member. And I want to take this opportunity because we're just to reference a couple of points that were made, and it may well relate to what the member is talking about. And so there were 2 points that were raised, in particular raised last week. And one of them was, should a bill be stood down given it relates to a judicial review or other legal proceeding? And as I noted during our earlier debate, we will not be standing down the legislation as a result of the judicial review. The business of the legislature would be thwarted and undermined if a person could bring legislation to a halt by commencing an action that related to the subject matter of the legislation. And so I'd like to take this opportunity to remind the committee of the Campbell case in 1999, when 3 opposition members brought a challenge against the BC and the federal government respecting the proposed treaty with the Nisga'a Nation. The challenge was brought before governments had ratified the treaty by way of the settlement legislation. The plaintiffs applied to the court to set a trial date. At the time of the plaintiff's application, the government had introduced legislation to implement the treaty, but the legislation had not yet passed second reading. Mr. Justice Williamson denied the request and ruled that it would be inappropriate to set a trial date in advance of the settlement legislation being passed by the provincial and federal governments. In his ruling, he said the following respecting the independent roles of both the legislature and the judiciary. He said, under our system of government, it is essential that the courts respect the right of Parliament and of the legislative assemblies to exercise unfettered freedom in the formulation, tabling, amendment, and passage of legislation. This obligation is no less than that of the duty of the legislative and executive branches to respect and define the independence of the judiciary. These are matters fundamental to our democratic beliefs, our history, and our Constitution, and they should not be impinged upon lightly, if at all. So that relates to the question that we were talking about in terms of whether or not to stand down the legislation. In regards to what the member has just raised, and it was a subject of the discussion we had, and I know that it was related to the issue of Surrey, I just want to say this. So in my decision in respect of the Surrey police transition, I note that these questions are not directly relevant to debate of this bill. However, they are of interest to the members, so I would like to provide some details now in the hope that the remainder of our debate will focus on the details of the bill. I decided in order to ensure adequate and effective policing in the city of Surrey and the province as a whole, the city must continue its transition to the Surrey Police Service. Unfortunately, due to the pending judicial review commenced by the City of Surrey, I am not able to discuss the specific considerations that inform my decision. However, I can share the following excerpt from the decision letter provided to Surrey, the adequate and effective level of policing required by the Police Act mandates that a sufficient number of trained officers are available to meet the jurisdiction's policing needs and ensure public safety. The recent decision by Surrey City Council to return to the RCMP without a plan to ensure the stability of the Surrey Police Service has destabilized policing in that jurisdiction and has subsequent implications for policing in the rest of the province. So it is my duty to ensure that the citizens of Surrey are safe and have confidence in an adequate and effective level of policing, and that decisions in one jurisdiction do not have a negative impacts on policing in the province as a whole. Therefore, that's why the decision was made. And that relates, I believe, to the question that the member just had, which is there are a whole range of matters that are taken into account, not just as we talked about last week, as the member was talking about caseload and crime rates, but things such as staffing levels. How would you restaff? Impacts on other communities and other parts of the province. All of those things are part and parcel of a decision that would go into, we are talking about adequate and effective policing.
Member?
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate the Minister's explanation on that. And I do look forward to the clarification provided by the GR that will be forthcoming on a number of these issues that we've been talking about with this amendment. I did ask the question last week, and I'd like to ask it again for clarity. Has the minister availed himself to any research reports conducted by the Director of Police Services under Section 40 that has led him to include the provisions of Section 312B in this bill? And the Director of Police Service has a number of responsibilities that I'm aware of, and I'm just curious to see whether the minister has or whether the Director of Police Services has surfaced any issues prior to the transition taking place with Surrey that has added to this, or added content to this particular bill.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I appreciate the question. And the reality is that what's in the bill here is based on the experience that's occurred from during the transition to ensure that we don't have to experience, that the future Solicitor General does not have to experience the challenges and the difficulties that this has caused.
Member.
Well, thank you, Chair. So my next question then would be, is this the only transition that the minister has been presented with over the last 7 years? Or are there other examples of where this lack of clarity, I suppose, has had implications on municipalities over 5,000.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. This really is this is the first time we've had a transition and then a proposed reversal. And given the size of the transition and the potential size of the reversal, that's why this legislation is coming forward.
Member.
I appreciate that response. So the average transition, so just to be clear, as the minister describes, the purpose of the bill is all based on the experiences ministry has encountered with the proposed Surrey transition from the RCMP to a municipal police force. How many other transitions has the province experienced and perhaps had some complications with in transitioning to 5,000 and over communities throughout the province?
Minister.
I'm going to stay seated. Thanks. Thank the member for the question. So what we found is a couple of things. One, some communities do find challenges as they're approaching the 5,000 threshold or just go over the 5,000 threshold. This Act provides clarity not only for them, but also for government in ways forward. The issue is also cropping up not just here, but in other parts of the country as well. And that's one of the reasons why at the federal level, there's now commissioner position officer whose sole task is dealing with transitions, not just here, but in other parts of the country as well.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the answer. So whose responsibility is it to do the analysis of the information that the minister requires for making a decision under Section 312B? Is it the municipalities? Is it the police board? Is it the police services branch themselves? Or whose shoulders does that fall under at the end of the day?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. It would be the local government coming up with what they want to do and working with the Director of Police Services who would look at it.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. Turning now to subsection 3 of 3.1, it states that the municipalities, the police boards, the municipal police departments, and the RCMP must provide information, plans, or records the minister requires to make a decision under subsection 2. If the minister receives any information that suggests that an adverse impact to the municipality's transition is imminent, what steps does the minister take to follow up with that agency or that municipality that provided him with such information?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. We would receive the information, obviously, from the local government. It would be analysed. If shortcomings were identified, you would then give the local government the opportunity to provide the information in terms of dealing with those shortcomings.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Are there any structured timelines for this? Oftentimes, it takes a little while to gather up information. The analysis takes time depending on the level of expertise required to make those analyses. So how much time does the minister consider reasonable in responding to complex issues or concerns?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. There's no set structured time. Each case is different depending on the local government and the circumstances that they find themselves in.
Member.
Oh, thank you, Chair. So has the minister, and I guess we only have Surrey as an example to use, was the impetus behind this, but has there been, has the minister gone back to the municipality for clarification or additional information, and that information has not been forthcoming, and vice versa? Has the municipality come to the police services branch for additional information, and for whatever reason that information has not exchanged hands?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So, one, as I pointed out a moment ago, we would receive information, we would point out if there were deficiencies, and then expect those deficiencies to be addressed. But I think that one of the critical issues why the legislation, why this clause is here in terms of legislation, is the minister should not have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. And it was that experience that resulted in the creation of this particular section, which is to be able to get all the information that is required that you have questions about. And so that really is why this is here.
Member.
I appreciate that. And I've got my thoughts on non-disclosure agreements. I'm just curious though, has the minister required any non-disclosure acknowledgement on the information that he has released to the municipalities?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And the answer would be yes. When I receive, let's say, confidential information from the RCMP, I cannot release that information without their permission. And so that kind of information, for example, would be redacted. It's not my information to release. That's confidential information that is the RCMP's. Or in fact, it would be any police agency.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Would that same rationale not apply to municipalities?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. No, because what they're doing is providing information for me to be able to make a decision, and it would not be confidential police information.
Member.
Okay, I certainly understand that. I guess from a municipality's perspective, they also are required to make decisions as well as to what they're going to do and how they're going to make that particular transition. So I won't belabor the point. I do see some parallels in arguments between the province and the municipalities as well. So in addition to determining adequate and effective police resources, does the minister also include the numbers of unsworn civilians providing clerical and other support for sworn officers in the department?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. As I said a moment ago, we take a broad range of considerations. It depends on each particular case. Every circumstance is different.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I'm certainly aware of that. I guess when I look at a transition from an RCMP based service to an independent municipal police force, when I look at the resources that the RCMP would have available, for an example, with CFSEU, with the Division Administrative Services, with the forensic identification, with our lab services, or with the RCMP lab services, there's a number of resources embedded within those different agencies. And I know that there's police forces that are combined units throughout the Lower Mainland, but is that taken into consideration as well? The RCMP is a national police force that have access to untold number of resources and expertise, just about any field you want. So there needs to be a balance there. Is that taken into consideration as well by the ministry?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and again, I'll just reiterate that you know, as I said, there's a wide range of considerations taking into account in terms of a transition, and I'd also make the point that, you know, whether it's RCMP or municipal independent municipal police forces, they all do amazing work and have access to resources. And as the member is well aware, there's a lot of integration that takes place. I hit, for example, being one that comes to the top of mind, CFSEU, all of those things, you know, whether it's RCMP or municipal, I think everybody wants to ensure that as much cooperation is taking place as possible.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the answer. So in circumstances where clarity is needed with information, does the minister or has the minister met personally with the heads of the provincial police force, the municipal chiefs involved, or the municipalities involved to clarify any of those concerns before they go off the rails?
We'll call the committee back to order. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So under the Act, there would be the formal notification take place by way of letter, but obviously, as practice, you would of course meet with the parties who are engaged in a transition, for example.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And I guess when I look at the issue with Surrey, and there's probably other examples out there, but when I look at the examples with Surrey, I look at the community charter and the provision under, I believe it's section 2 of the charter, where it says that provincial government and municipality should attempt to resolve conflicts between them by consultation, negotiation, facilitation, and other forms of dispute resolution. Just wondering if the minister wants to or is able to comment on the steps that he's taken to follow the advice provided in the provincial charter or community charter, and the issue that's led to this this particular bill.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I really said what I'm able to say in terms about the Surrey situation. What I can tell you is, look, this is the Act, and this is how we intend to move forward with it.
Member.
Okay, and I appreciate that. So what happens if once the minister has made a determination under subsection 4, new information comes to light by any of the entities required to report under subsection 3 that fundamentally change the proposal and addresses the concerns the minister had with respect to the adverse impacts, or conversely, identifies new adverse impacts to the entities identified under subsection 3.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So if I had said no to a proposal and then under this Act, let's say they came up with new information, then they could submit a new proposal.
Member.
Thanks, Chair. So, so my understanding, they could submit a revised proposal. Is that what I'm hearing?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I appreciate the question. Look, I think it's fair to say that given that you're wanting to make a transition, that's a pretty serious thing you want to do, and there would have been thorough analysis of that and all the different factors that go into that. And then to come back and say, you know, oh, we've got some new information, it would have to be really significant and substantive information to say, hey, look at this again once a decision has been made. I mean, you could come back and ask, but that would be very, very challenging.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And I do see I don't see anything in the Act that would allow that. So is it assumed that this opportunity would exist? You know, once the minister has ordered or made the order under this particular legislation, and he has directed the Director of Police Services to superintend that transition. If this substantial information comes up that could change the outcome of the direction, is there existing legislation that would allow that to take place? Or because I can't see anything in there where the minister can rescind his decision under that particular subsection.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Look, I think it'd be fair to say that given the importance of the decision, the rigor that goes into the analysis, the reality is, in practice, once a decision is made, the decision's made.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Leads me to my next question. Subsection 4, in addition to section 3.2, in my view, is the hammer in this amendment that gives the minister and the Director of Police Services basically an arbitrary power over the municipality. I look at section 3 of the community charter that outlines the purpose of the charter is to provide municipalities with the legal framework for the powers, the duties, and function that are necessary to fulfill their purposes, provides the authority and discretion to address existing and future community needs, and provides the flexibility to determine the public interest of their communities and to respond to the different needs and changing circumstances of their communities. And I see this as a little bit is not in harmony with that, in my humble opinion. Under section 2 of the charter, the relationship between municipalities and the provincial government is based on the following principles: that the provincial government respect municipal authority and municipalities respect provincial authority. It's a two-way street. The provincial government must not assign responsibilities to municipalities unless there is a provision for resources required to fulfill the responsibility. So I throw that out there because a lot of times these decisions and perhaps these orders will end up costing the municipalities significant more in dollars and perhaps resources as well to fulfill those obligations. So is the minister at all concerned? Has he received advice that there is no conflict with the community charter with respect to the hammer sections of subsection 4 and section 3.2?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. When it comes to policing, the local government is governed by the Police Act and not by the Community Charter.
Member.
Thank you, and I appreciate the Police Act does prevail or does apply. Under the Police Act, the municipality has the option to choose whether they go with a municipal police force or opt to employ the provincial police force under contract, which many of them do. There's 31 RCMP municipal contracts over 15,000 population that use that. That is an authority that exists within the Police Act that allows them to do that. And so, you know, by an arbitrary order coming from the minister, and I understand that he takes into consideration the adequacy and effectiveness of the service delivered, but is it usurping some of the authority by invoking this particular amendment? Is it usurping some of the authority of a municipality to provide the services that they feel are best for their community?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So this section really is for municipalities who are just crossing that threshold over the 5,000. And the other point I'd like to make is that it would never really be, it would not be an arbitrary decision. There would be a lot of rigor applied to any, to analysis and to any use of this section.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. No, I appreciate that. And there's circumstances change with municipalities. Under the charter, under section 2, sub 2, sub C, it says consultation is needed on matters of mutual interest, including consultation by the provincial government on proposed changes to local government legislation and proposed changes to provincial programs that will have a significant impact in relation to matters that are within municipal authority. And so I'm just wondering what consultation has taken place with the mayor and council of Surrey with respect to this, the powers that are being imposed under subsection 4 and section 3.2 of the amendments here.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think I answered that question earlier on with my remarks that I made around Surrey.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So I will review that. Those are all the questions I have on clause 2.
Shall clause 2 pass?
Aye.
So ordered. On clause 3, shall member for Prince George Mackenzie on clause 3.
Actually, I'm good until clause 5, Chair.
Thank you. Shall clause 3 and 4 pass?
Aye.
So ordered. On clause 5, member Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Just curious why the minister chose to remove the reference to section 15, which outlines the duty of a municipality to provide policing under this new amendment.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. It was an unnecessary reference that was removed during housekeeping drafting of the legislation.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. An unnecessary reference as a housekeeping measure. So is it, I know section, don't have it right in front of me here, but why does the minister determine that it's an unnecessary reference to the duties and responsibilities of a municipality in providing police services?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, because that continues to be addressed in section 15 of the Police Act.
Member.
That's all the questions I have on clause 5.
Shall clause 5 pass?
Aye.
So ordered. Clause 6, member for Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Under section 39, the Director of Policing already has the authority to superintend policing. This probably does clarify the Director of Policing is charged with carrying out the minister's orders. But what is the process to be followed by a municipality if they disagree with the direction being imposed by the Director of Police Services?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. They would bring it to my attention as Minister.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And then what? What transpires after that? Is there formal discussion? Is there a hearing? What takes place after that?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So they would bring it to my attention, then I would go back to the Director of Police Service, discuss it with the Director of Police Services, and then there would be the ability in, particularly certain circumstance where I could say that particular piece could be, I could overrule the Director of Police Services.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Would individual decisions made by the Director of Police Services in superintending the transition or whatever role that he might be performing at the time be subject, or can it be subject to a judicial review as well?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So this is not a decision, this is direction on how to implement. It's not a decision. That would be the response I would give to the member's question.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So it's a direction. What if the board, or what if the municipality disagrees with the direction? So the minister says it's not a decision, it's a direction. So I think the same. I'm just looking for the process if the municipality disagrees, and the same thing can apply to the police board or the provincial police force. The same thing if the director of policing and superintending makes a direction or provides direction to any of these entities that have been mentioned in these amendments. What recourse do they have if they don't agree with the direction provided by the director of police services?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. It has to be a statutory decision to be the subject of a judicial review, and a direction is not that.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So if the statutory provision is provided by the order that this Act provides where the minister can make an order, and the police services, the director of police services in his role as superintending that order provides direction. So would that actually fall under the order as a statutory order? And would that be reviewable?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The member could clarify how the question he's asking is relevant to Clause 6 would be of some assistance. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So Clause 6 is under Section 39, under Clause 6, the director is given the role of superintending the orders that the minister imposes upon municipalities for the transition under the previous sections that we've talked about. So in enforcing those orders of the minister, and the superintendent provides direction to any of those entities that were mentioned under that particular clause, and those entities disagree with a specific order or a specific direction within that order, I'm looking for what recourse they have. And if it can't be resolved between discussion with the director and the minister, would that order be reviewable as a JR under the order of the statutory order of the minister?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The short answer is it's an order. It's a direction. It's not an order, and as a result, it's not JRable.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. That concludes my questions for Clause 6.
Shall Clause 6 pass? So ordered. On Clause 7, member for Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. This clause is directly related to Surrey. With respect to subsection 2, it states that despite the Police Act, the City of Surrey must provide policing and law enforcement by the means referred to in Section 3(2)A of the Act. So under the order that the City of Surrey must provide a municipal police service to provide that service, despite the Police Act. So I have to wrap my head around this. The Police Act provides authority for the municipality to choose what type of police service they have. So this particular clause takes the ability of Surrey, it removes any other aspect of the Police Act with respect to providing a police service, and they must focus then on Section 3.2A of the Act only. They don't have any other choice. Is that the way I'm reading that?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The reason it says despite is because this is a transitional provision that will never be in the Police Act.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So with respect to this particular transition, Surrey no longer has the option to look at any other means of policing other than what the minister has ordered under for the service under Section 3.2A of the Act?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. That is correct.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. It states under sub 3 that the City of Surrey is required to provide policing and law enforcement referred to in subsection 2, and that model is deemed to have been approved by the minister. So considering the fact that these amendments appear to be in conflict with, or could be in conflict with the community charter, and the fact that Surrey is exercising its right to judicial review, the term deemed is speculative at best, I think. Does the minister intend on pushing this forward without benefit of clear direction from the judicial review process itself?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I believe I answered that in my opening comments to our discussion today.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Possibly, you know, that this is, you know, it's you know, these transition provisions are directly focused on Surrey. I know that there's a judicial review taking place here, so I guess the JR is going to provide the clarity that we're looking for under this particular process here. For certainty, as this committee discussion has shown, in my estimation, the minister has not adequately identified the public safety risks he claims are driving this aggressive approach to forcing a municipality policing model on Surrey. The municipality of Surrey has met its duties and responsibilities under Section 15.1, and this is supported by years of statistical data indicating that Surrey is a safe community with actually one of the lowest crime rates in the province here. So I guess I'll just ask one more time, what additional rationale that the minister is relying upon that has driven him to implement such an arbitrary measure against Surrey? I think the citizens of Surrey need to know why the minister feels that public safety is, under the current model, is significantly at risk for the citizens of Surrey. Like, you know, the RCMP is a national police force, and if they have provided the minister with information, and I understand that whatever the RCMP provides the minister is confidential between the minister and the RCMP, but I listened to the commissioner of the RCMP when he was out here on a recent visit to British Columbia, talk about in a very calm manner the future of the RCMP in British Columbia and the RCMP across the country. I've had discussion with senior RCMP leadership in the province that indicate that the transition to maintain the RCMP and the resources necessary are no hurdle for the RCMP to meet. So I've received conflicting information perhaps the JR is the only way that we'll find exactly what that information is and what the final outcome will be. But would the minister be willing to comment on the information that he's received that has led to this arbitrary direction that he's imposed?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I appreciate the member's question. I appreciate his remarks. I'll make 2 points. First, the decision is in no way, shape, or form arbitrary. There's a lot of work, analysis by professionals within my ministry on this, and a significant amount of work has gone into this. And so I would reject the use of the term arbitrary. That being said, I would also outline that I have said what I can say in terms of Surrey at the beginning of my comments. I think I outlined them, there for the member, and that's all I can say. Will say at this point.
Member.
I appreciate that, and I do understand the position that the minister is in here. So with respect, I've been asking these questions. With respect to Section 8 under this clause, what credentials does the administrator need in order to be appointed? And this is the administrator to take over the function of the police board.
Thank you. We were still on clause 7, so we need to pass that first before we can move on to the next one, if that's okay. I go back to the member for Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we can transition into 8, so we can call the vote on 7.
Shall clause 7 pass? So ordered. Now on to clause 8. Member for Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you.
Yeah. Please go ahead, member.
I appreciate that, Chair. My notes were a little confused with Section 8 and Clause 8 on that. So, the same question follows that. So what credentials does the administrator need in order to be appointed to replace the board?
I think at this point the minister is going to table the amendment, and then maybe we. So does the minister want to move the amendment before getting Minister of Public Safety?
Yeah. Thanks. Thank you, Honourable Chair. I move in committee in whole on Bill 36, Police Amendment Act 2023, to amend as follows: Clause 8 by deleting the proposed Clause 8. Parentheses 5.
Thank you. So now we're moving to questions on the amended Clause 8, just to be clear for all those following, on the proposed amended Clause 8 at this point. Are there any questions on the proposed amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you. So now we're on the Clause 8 as amended. Member for Prince George Mackenzie.
Yeah, so my question still stands under Clause 8, the first one.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So I'd be looking for someone who has experience working with multiple levels of government, experiencing administrating and managing change within large corporations or government bodies.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Can the minister advise if once the board is suspended and an administrator is appointed, what will happen to all the Part 11 oversight and complaints currently before or pending to come before the board?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So the Part 11 processes will continue and the administrator would assume the functions of the board.
Member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and through you to the Minister. When the Surrey Police Board was formed, a great deal of consideration went into Indigenous representation on the board. So if the board is dissolved, how will that Indigenous representation be taken into consideration?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So the board would not be dissolved, it would just be suspended. And then when the administrator is no longer required, then any existing appointments would continue being appointed on the board.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I thank the Minister for that answer. So during the interim of time when the person who's appointed, the administrator, is taking over the role of guiding the police transition, the Indigenous representation from the board will not be doing their role, if I'm understanding correctly. So how will that consideration on behalf of the Indigenous community be taken into account by the administrator?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I appreciate the question. So the administrator would have the ability to access Indigenous input or any information while they are the administrator from the nation that is part and parcel of that's being policed by in this case, at this point, the RCMP would be able to access the through their role as the administrator.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Through you to the Minister. So a big proponent or component of creating new laws in BC is that there's consultation with Indigenous nations so that we can ensure that we're compliant with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. So can you explain, particularly with dealing with this policing transition, can you please go through some of the consultation that was done and what were the First Nations that were consulted with?
Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chair. So these amendments are focused on municipalities, on how municipalities provide police services. Treaty and reserve lands do not form part of municipality. We did, however, consult with the First Nations Leadership Council and no concerns were identified.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and through you to the Minister. So Surrey, BC actually represents one of the largest urban Indigenous populations in Canada. We're very proud of that, of our multiculturalism, of the diversity. So it's not only with regard to policing that would take place, for example, on the Semiahmoo First Nation, but First Nations individuals who would be impacted by the policing transition, policing change, and the change away from, for example, the RCMP to a municipal force. So what type of consultation with overall nations who are representing the population of Surrey was done in order to ensure that this transition and this new legislation that will become law is compliant with UNDRIP?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So we're confident that we met our obligations under DRIPA. We did, as I said, consult with the First Nations Leadership Council, and no concerns were identified.
Member for Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. We've only got a couple of questions left. To the Minister, who does the Administrator report to?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So the Administrator becomes the police board. They have that relationship with the Surrey Police Service. They have that relationship with the Director of Police Services.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So that includes the relationship with the Mayor will remain the same, and the relationship, we have a relationship with the Mayor, and the police board is responsible for the municipal policing service. Does the Administrator have any responsibilities in reporting to the RCMP, the current police force of jurisdiction?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So the Administrator becomes the police board, and then they would be required to follow all their obligations that are set out under the Police Act.
Shall clause. Member for Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. So, I appreciate that. Is there any requirement for the Administrator to interact with the RCMP, and at what level of the RCMP would the Administrator interact with?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So the Administrator would be working, would have, obviously, it becomes the police board, but they would be working closely with the Director of Police Services, who also works with the RCMP. And so, yes, there would be, obviously, engagement between and working cooperatively with the Administrator, the Director of Police Services, and the RCMP.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And one final question on this clause. Can the Minister tell the House how long he expects this transition period to last?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. At this point, no decision has been made as to whether or not an administrator will be appointed.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And that concludes my questions for this clause.
Shall Clause 8 as amended pass?
Aye.
So ordered. On Clause 9, Member for Prince George Mackenzie. Oh, shall Clause 9 pass?
Aye.
So ordered. Shall the title pass?
Aye.
So ordered. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I move that the committee rise and report the bill complete with amendment.
Members have heard the question. All those in favour?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Division has been called. If members joining us virtually can turn on their cameras, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you, members. So the question is whether the committee on Bill 36 rise, report the bill complete with amendment. All those in favor, please rise. Thank you. Those opposed, please rise or indicate. Thank you, members. Now we'll go to those online. Honorable Clerk.
Thank you. Ms. Babchuk?
I vote aye.
Thank you. Ms. Chen?
I vote aye.
Thank you. Mr. Morris?
I vote nay.
Thank you. Mr. Routley?
I vote aye.
Honorable Clerk.
Thank you. Those voting aye: Parmar, Sims, Babchuk, Coulter, Lohr, Malcolmson, Bear, Kang, Ma, Heyman, Osborne, Cullen, Baines, Dean, Bailey, Brar, Russell, Rutledge, Starchuk, Phillip, Leonard, Chow, Singh, Whiteside, Farnworth, Eby, Conroy, Sharma, Dix, Robinson, Fleming, Alexis, Rankin, Ralston, Popham, Simons, Elmore, Glumac, Routley, Yao, Deeth, Donnelly, Green, Chant, Dykeman, Padden, Begg, Chen, Singh, Fursnell, Olson, and Walker, 52. Those voting nay: DeYoung, Dirksen, Millibar, Stone, Bond, Halford, Ross, Oakes, Bernier, Payton, Klovchuk, Morris, Kylo, Sturko, Kirkpatrick, Merrifield, Stewart, Shapitka, Sturdy, Letnick, Taggart, and Banman, 22.
The vote passes.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Committee on Bill 36 reports the bill complete with amendment. Seeks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
No, you're supposed to.
That is complete with amendment.
Okay, then that's fine. I didn't hear the amendment part. Yeah. When shall the bill be considered as reported?
Next sitting.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Chair. I call second reading Bill 34, the Restricting Public Consumption of Illegal Substances Act.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, members. Second reading debate, Bill 36, Police Amendment Act 2023. I recognize the Minister for Public Safety.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that the bill be now be read a second time. Honourable Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise today to speak about Bill 34, the Restricting Public Consumption of Illegal Substances Act. The toxic drug crisis continues to claim lives at an unprecedented rate, and far too many people are at risk of a fatal overdose. Our government is committed to saving lives and connecting people who are struggling with drug addiction to the care they need. On the 31st of January of this year, the province and the federal government agreed to decriminalize the possession of small amounts of certain illicit drugs for personal use. We know that drug addiction is a health matter and that people who use drugs deserve to be treated with compassion and empathy. As such, our government has invested a historic $1 billion in Budget 2023 to support ongoing enhancements to prevention, treatment and recovery, and harm reduction services. At the same time, we have heard from local governments, police and British Columbians that they are concerned about public drug use. The decriminalization effort is intended to reduce the stigma associated with drug use and remove barriers for people to seek help and supports that they need to address addiction issues. It is not meant to suggest that decriminalized drugs can be used anywhere, especially in areas that are frequently used by children and families, as well as places that people use to get around their community. British Columbians want to feel safe in their neighbourhoods and enjoy public and recreational spaces free from drug use. The Restricting Public Consumption of Illegal Substances Act establishes this balance by setting out clear rules around where people cannot use decriminalized drugs in public. This legislation treats the consumption of decriminalized drugs similar to the way we regulate the use of other substances, such as tobacco, alcohol, and cannabis, which make it easy for everyone to understand. Under this bill, a person must not use decriminalized drugs within 15 meters of a playground, spray or wading pool, or a skate park, at a park, beach, or sports field, or within 6 meters of an entrance to a workplace or to a business or residential building that is adjacent to a public place, such as a sidewalk, and within 6 meters of a public transit bus stop. Our government also acknowledges that many people who use drugs in public are unhoused or experience other vulnerabilities, which is why we are proposing a progressive enforcement approach. When a police officer responds to a person who is using decriminalized drugs in one of these places, they can direct the person to stop using, to leave the area, or both. In the vast majority of cases, we expect that most people will choose to relocate to a place where drug use is allowed, such as an overdose prevention site or supervised consumption site, where they can use their drugs more safely and be connected to critical services and supports. Under this legislation, an offence will only occur if the person refuses the direction from a police officer to stop using their drugs and/or leave the area. When this happens, police will have the authority to arrest the person, seize their drugs, and advance charges. Ultimately, the goal of this legislation is to achieve voluntary compliance rather than taking punitive enforcement actions against people who use drugs in public. We want people who use drugs to be redirected to safer places, such as overdose prevention sites and to treatment services, where they can get the services and the supports that they need to stay alive. Through this legislation, our government also intends to reduce the patchwork approach to addressing public drug use at the local government level. Through extensive consultation with local governments, we are confident that this bill addresses the main areas of concern for British Columbians and will create a consistent approach across BC. But we also recognize that some local governments may have legitimate reasons to address other specific public drug use considerations that are unique to their community. The Restricting Public Consumption of Illegal Substances Act will require local governments to consult with the Regional Health Authority and local medical health officer before considering any bylaws that restrict public use of decriminalized substances. Taken as a whole, this legislation aims to establish a consistent set of province-wide standards around public drug use and provide police with the tools to help redirect people who are using drugs in inappropriate areas to better and safer places, such as overdose prevention sites or to treatment support resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today to Bill 34, Restricting Public Consumption of Illegal Substances Act. So I'd like to begin, if I may, by taking a few moments to review the concept and legal framework of the decriminalization pilot in British Columbia. And this is going to be relevant to speaking to this bill, Honourable Speaker, as I lay out the shortcomings of this legislation. Health Canada granted an exemption under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to the province of BC effective January 31st, 2023 to January 31st of 2026. Now, this exemption means that adults 18 years and older in BC are not arrested or charged for possessing 2.5 grams or less of certain illegal drugs for personal use. The illegal drugs covered by this exemption are opioids such as heroin, morphine, and fentanyl, crack and powder cocaine, methamphetamine, and MDMA. Adults found in possession of any combination of these illegal drugs that adds up to a combined total of 2.5 grams or less are not subject to arrest, criminal charges, and the drugs, they're not seized. Instead of arrest or seizure for their illicit drugs, it's intended for individuals to be offered information about health and social services. This includes support with making a referral to a local treatment or recovery service if requested. Legally, people in possession of 2.5 grams of drugs for personal use are immune to prosecution under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. On January 31st, 2023, under the original decriminalization agreement, several locations were not exempt from criminal investigation and continued to exist as locations where police could exercise their full discretion. K-12 school properties, licensed childcare facilities, and airports were among places that were included. Parks, playgrounds, doorways, waiting pools, skate parks, transit stops, they were all, of course, considered fair game for the consumption of illicit drugs. Problems in communities began almost immediately following the launch of the decriminalization pilot, with business owners who began to note problems with street disorder, public intoxication, increased incidents of public defecation, drug paraphernalia being left in the vicinity of their doorways. The impact of reducing the criminal liability for public drug use had an immediate result on the emboldening of drug use in public spaces. The government failed to anticipate the consequences of decriminalization on the rest of the community, people who are not engaged in drug use, people who are sympathetic to the plight of those suffering from addiction, but people who now find themselves struggling to keep businesses open, struggling to keep staff in the face of ever-increasing violent behaviors, struggling to pay for vandalism and damages often perpetrated by those who are publicly intoxicated or even more seriously in drug-induced psychosis. Parents who were afraid to take their children to the park for fear of encountering someone in psychosis or having their child pricked with needles or poisoned by drug residue left in play areas. Need I remind you of the 5-year-old girl from Nanaimo who brought home a tiny bag of fentanyl that she picked up from her elementary school playground. This happened in April. It happened regardless of no exemption existing in K-12 school grounds. And more recently, on October 5th, Mihai Lănescu said he was recently at the École Pauline Johnson Field in West Vancouver with his daughter for a soccer game. When they went to go get some water at the fountain, he noticed several needles scattered on the ground near the school. This came after the expansion of decriminalization limits on September 18th. So now we have parents who feel they must call on school districts to carry out programs and carry naloxone in fear that their children will be poisoned by toxic drugs while they're out playing on the playground. In the 2020 election, the NDP vowed to fast-track decriminalization, and now 3 years later, we can see the results of rushing. We see evidence not only in the lack of consideration for overall public safety, but we see it in the lack of urgency that this government has in providing services for people who use drugs. And now, 8 months later, after the horse has already left the barn, this government has finally taken a tiny step towards safety in parks and playgrounds. However, Honourable Speaker, this new legislation does not offer the strongest measures available. It doesn't provide the strongest deterrence for police and peace officers. So why is BC doing the decriminalization pilot? Well, according to the BC government's own website, and I'm quoting, available evidence suggests that decriminalization can be an effective way to reduce harms associated with substance use and criminalization. It goes on to say decriminalization is not associated with increased rates of substance use in Portugal. Since decriminalization, the rate of substance use and overdose deaths remain below European averages. Furthermore, it says decriminalization is expected to provide cost savings to the criminal justice system. And in Portugal, it says since decriminalization, the proportion of prisoners sentenced for drugs has fallen from 40% to 15%, and substantial reduction in arrests and charges alleviates pressures on the criminal justice system. End quote. It sounds actually pretty good. The government goes on to list other jurisdictions where decriminalization has been implemented, including Portugal, Uruguay, Germany, Lithuania, Australia, the Czech Republic, and our neighbors, the United States. But here's the problem, is that we're dealing with a government that consistently only tells half the story and consistently only does half the work. They like to cite countries like Portugal, Germany, and Uruguay to justify their decriminalization experiment, and yet they fail to recognize that in the other countries that they cited where decriminalization has been somewhat successful, that there are strict measures. There's administrative penalties. While a person might not receive a criminal penalty, they're still held accountable for their actions, and they're compelled to change their behaviors. Portugal, Germany, and Uruguay, all countries cited by this government, they all have means to place people into involuntary treatment, something that this government refuses to do, something that they don't have the political courage to carry out. If a person in these countries is convicted of a criminal act because of drug use, well, then they're sentenced to involuntary drug treatment. In Portugal, public drug use remains forbidden. And pharmaceutical alternatives to illicit drugs, what this government likes to call safe supply, is only available under supervision as part of a transition to treatment. No wonder decriminalization is failing here, Madam Speaker, on all fronts in British Columbia, while having success in other corners of the world, because this government has failed to put in the measures required for success. Prior to seeing Bill 34, Honourable Speaker, I had a faint hope that this legislation would actually have some form of administrative measures, a means to compel people to direct a person to visit services or to attend a face-to-face meeting with a drug counselor. But it doesn't. Because that's what they do in Portugal. If you get caught using drugs in public, you can receive an administrative penalty which compels you to go to dissuasion court. And if you fail to change your behavior, you can be compelled to go into services to provide treatment and aftercare. But this is a missed opportunity in Bill 34. None of that was done. And in fact, this government loves to talk about the fact that it's decriminalization and not legalization. But without any regulation, it is legalization. You can do drugs just about anywhere. This new bill has you not even being arrested for drug use in a place that's forbidden. I mean, and have mercy if someone should take the leadership to have an administrative process to actually compel people into services, Madam Speaker. It's probably, though, when I think about it, the reason they don't want to compel people to services is because they haven't created adequate services for people to access help even if they want it. You know, Bill 34 doesn't within itself contain any administrative penalties, but it defaults to the Offence Act of BC, which upon conviction a person can be fined a maximum of $2,000, sentenced to 6 months in jail. So if you don't listen to the police officer and stop doing drugs or move on like the Solicitor General mentioned in his remarks, well, a person could be charged under the Offence Act, but we know that it's unlikely that a street-entrenched person or one who uses drugs and is unhoused would likely have the resources to pay a fine. And it would be highly unlikely for a conviction under the Offence Act to result in a custodial sentence. So why not have used Bill 34 to create regulatory processes, maybe a new form of compelling people to a face-to-face meeting to discuss options? Because we know that in terms of educating people on what's available here in BC, that's one pillar that's like a withering plant that hasn't received much water in this province. But perhaps a face-to-face meeting would help someone understand the services that might be available to them. So instead of the opportunity of Bill 34 being an opportunity to help people transition into wellness, it just remains as purely a tool to push drug users from one area to the next. But I'll give you another example of how Bill 34, if the government was truly following the path of decriminalization taken by Portugal and Germany and all these other countries cited on the government's own website. Here's the example. And this is a name that will be familiar to anyone who follows proceedings of the BC Legislature. His name is Mohamed Majapur. It's a name we're too familiar with here, I would argue, in the Legislature. So despite his probation requirements that request that he stay away from illicit opioids and substances, his bouts of drug-induced psychosis continue. And after citing a psychiatric assessment, a judge found that Mr. Majapur was very likely to reoffend in a violent manner if his substance use and housing issues were not addressed. He refuses treatment. He refuses to attend treatment, leaving the safety of British Columbians questionable as he's released time and again. So the current legislation that we have in BC can't compel Mr. Majapur to go into treatment, even though he's recommended to do so, even though the safety of other people in our community is at risk through his continued drug use. Treatment that would likely help improve his well-being and reduce the chances of subsequent criminal offenses. So if this was truly a Portugal model, an example of Portugal, Australia, Lithuania, and those other countries, then Bill 34 would provide an opportunity to compel those who continue to place others at risk through their drug use into programs and services. As I mentioned earlier before, many of these countries will sentence a person to treatment options. These countries are noted by the government as being successful examples of decriminalization. Instead, we have a bill before us that does more of the same, allowing people to consume substances in public spaces without access to treatment and other social services, putting the public in harm's way of drug paraphernalia. Section 4 of Bill 34 speaks to how police are expected to deal with persons who are consuming drugs in parks, in playgrounds, or in doorways. It stipulates the course of action for officers is to ask a person to stop using, leave the area, or both, and only if the person refuses to do so can the police make an arrest without warrant. This, again, a missed opportunity. Police can't arrest or detain for investigation, and they're not provided an opportunity to identify a person who might be reported as missing. Maybe they have an outstanding court process. Maybe they have warrants for their arrest, but now those won't be processed. And additionally, it also removes an opportunity for police to seize dangerous weapons. It's often during safety searches where police locate hidden weapons, guns, machetes, bear spray, knives, axes, you name it, they find it. Honourable Speaker, since the beginning of decriminalization, we saw several municipalities struggling with the consequences of emboldened public drug use. Campbell River was one of the first to be forced to create a municipal bylaw prohibiting drug consumption within 15 meters of public spaces where children and families gather. Mayor Kermit Dahl said the bylaw is intended to improve safety for people downtown, where there have been multiple stabbings. In July, before the bylaw came into force, a 21-year-old father was stabbed twice in the chest, coming to help someone, an unconscious person who he went to assist after hearing cries for help. Mayor Dahl told the media that he hoped enforcement of the bylaw encouraged people to congregate at an overdose prevention site rather than in parks and other public places. And I quote, he says, if they're using at a place that's set up to be used for doing all these illicit drugs rather than a place where young children are likely to be, I think that right in itself explains how it affects safety, he said, end quote. And this makes sense. Directing people to where they can use illicit drugs under supervision. Kamloops Council approved a sweeping ban on illicit drug use in public spaces. They prohibited the use and even display of a controlled substance on any sidewalk or within 100 meters of a designated area. A designated area defined as public parks, playgrounds, urban forests, beaches, pools, community and recreation centers, public libraries, art galleries, arenas, and exhibition buildings. Exempt from the bylaw is the use of drugs at supervised drug use and overdose prevention locations and facilities operated by or on behalf of Interior Health, BC Housing, or any other government authority, regardless of how close they are to any of the designated areas. Makes sense. Allow people to use in locations and facilities where they can get help. On September 5th, 2023, Nelson passed a bylaw prohibiting public drug use in most areas most used by children on a regular basis for recreation and other leisure activities. And I quote, the use of illicit drugs in parks is likely to interfere with the public's use and enjoyment of parks, and in particular is likely to disrupt recreational and other leisure activities, disturb the peace, comfort, and enjoyment of people in the park, their leisure time, and as a result, unsettling behavior which causes some members of the public to leave or avoid the park. And you know what? Nelson has an overdose prevention site. So again, community-made restrictions, and it has a place for people to go and be safe, receive services. But unfortunately, it's not the case everywhere. It's not the case everywhere in BC, and it's one of the biggest failures of decriminalization, and it is, in fact, where the NDP has demonstrably failed to meet the letter of requirement in the Health Canada exemption. And I'm going to quote the letter. The Health Canada outlines the requirements as follows, quote, this letter lays out details further to the commitments made by the province to support the successful implementation of the exemption, specifically in the areas of 1, alternative measures, 2, meaningful and ongoing engagement with partners and stakeholders, 3, Indigenous engagement, 4, and this is the one, readiness and capacity of the health and social systems. I'll say it again. Readiness and capacity of health and social systems. So would that be maybe supervised consumption sites in every location in British Columbia where people could go to be safe, particularly now that people can possess, carry, and use drugs without penalty or even without any regulatory means of compelling them into services? Would that not have been something that I would think would fit the definition of readiness and capacity of health and social systems? There's not a supervised consumption site in every BC community. People have no place to go. The creation of Bill 34 has now created a situation where there's no legal mechanism to compel people into treatment services. And that's what they do. That's exactly what they do in Portugal. Police have to now operate under the expectation that they just move people on who have no place to go, people who use drugs, and in most municipalities in BC, they don't have a safe place to go. This government has failed requirement for readiness and capacity of health and social systems. And they've been promising to implement, I would say fast track, decriminalization since 2020. Honourable Speaker, that's 3 years now that they've had to ensure that the province was ready to come up with actual services and legislation and regulations to actually help people who use drugs and save their lives and keep communities safe. Honourable Speaker, at UBCM, I had the pleasure to talk with several city councillors and mayors from every corner of the province, including communities where the NDP currently holds seats. And what I've heard time and again is that they need help ensuring residents are safe. They didn't ask for decriminalization. It was thrust upon them with little information or resources, and now they're scrambling. They've told me that they feel entirely abandoned by this government to deal with decriminalization. There's rampant street disorder and complex health issues that they often feel involve concurrent addiction and mental health issues. They feel let down. Let down like in Kelowna, that's been let down, for example, promised 20 complex care beds and 4 of 20 are open. We're talking about a community that has probably close to 1 kilometer of unhoused people dealing with complex mental health and addictions issues, and they got 4 beds out of 20? This is unacceptable. It's like this across the province. It's a $1 billion promise made for mental health and addictions and results that are scarce to see. 7 years, 2 elections later, we're on track to reach a new overdose record in British Columbia. And it's painful to say that. And it's frustrating to stand here as a member of the opposition and see and hear myself say out loud that we're dealing with a government that sells decriminalization to the public like it's following a recipe book, a playbook from other European countries, and it's not. Maybe in title alone, maybe in the name decriminalization, but it's a pie with no filling. There's nothing there. There's no services. There's no way to compel people like they do in the other countries that have been successful with decriminalization. Where are the regulations to get people in front of a counselor or a dissuasion committee? It's a crucial part of the recipe that's missing. And I'm very disappointed to see what a wasted opportunity this bill is. And I do hope that maybe some amendments can be made, maybe some further consideration into the importance of being able to use these opportunities with law enforcement and other peace officers to find ways of helping guide people towards the help they need. But at this point, I don't feel that hopeful about it. I'll just read one more quote from the government's website, if I may, Honourable Speaker, because it really stood out for me, and particularly today, where we've been having a lot of discussions about the opioid crisis and about how we continue to lose 6 people a day in this province, hearing about a young 13-year-old girl that lost her life to drug toxicity. The quote is that decriminalization is not legalization. Under this exemption, illegal drugs are not legalized and will not be sold in stores unless otherwise authorized. Drug production, trafficking, import, and export remain illegal, regardless of the type or amount of drugs in possession. And why this stood out for me so profoundly, Honorable Speaker, is that, you know, drug trafficking remains illegal. And yet this government supported organizations as part of its strategy in the opioid crisis, 2 organizations that have been involved in purchasing drugs from, one from the dark web, and the other, I'm not sure where they got their drugs, but it wasn't because they had a license from Health Canada. I'm talking about the Drug Users Liberation Front and the Vancouver Area Network of Drug Users, both in media talking about how they have trafficked illicit drugs, and this government funded them. $1.2 million between the 2 organizations. So, I mean, and how does this relate to Bill 34? Well, how can we trust a government to implement laws regarding the decriminalization of drugs, regarding drugs at all, when they partner with people who purchase illicit drugs from gangs and cartels, from the dark web, from people that put money and guns into the hands of people that kill British Columbians every year. In my home community, gang violence has been a significant problem throughout the years. And I can tell you that seeing that $1.2 million of taxpayer money went to support organizations that put money into the hands of gangs and drug traffickers makes me sick. It's wrong. And it's time for this government to have a serious look in the mirror about the way that it's handling this entire pilot. Because we're not truly doing decriminalization as laid out in other countries. I'm not even sure that this government knows what it's doing at all. And it's evidenced by the ever-rising number of toxicity deaths and untreated complex concurrent mental health and addictions issues of people living and languishing on the streets. So I'm very pleased to have had an opportunity to speak to this legislation. And I'm really looking forward to having an opportunity in the committee stage. When we're dealing with something as serious as around 13,000 people having died in BC in the last 7 years, it's a time for us to work together to try to change things. And I really hope that the minister or his deputy minister or those that work for him, and to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions and even the Minister of Health, I hope that they've heard the things that I've said and reflect on their decisions that they made with the decriminalization pilot. You can't do half the work and expect the same results. So let's work together through Bill 34. Let's implement changes that can compel people into services. If we're going to have police move people on, let's have them move on to sources of pathways into recovery, to wellness. People do recover. We have to provide them every opportunity that we can to make sure that they do. So thank you for this opportunity, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm pleased to take my place on the Bill 34 debate around restricting public consumption of illegal substances. And I just want to touch on a few points in my comments here today that that we've heard across the province over the years, and certainly as decrim rolled out here in the spring, and the lack of responsiveness from this government in regards to that. And it's troubling in a way. When you think back to the spring session as decriminalization was coming into effect, and we as opposition were raising concerns around areas of the letters of requirement from the federal government that we felt hadn't been met by the government. And the fact that we started hearing from municipalities saying, hang on, there's a big gap here. Parks, playgrounds, public spaces aren't treated the same way under decriminalization as they are with tobacco use, as they are with alcohol, as they are with schools. And municipalities, this Bill 34 really started with the municipalities rising up and saying, we want a provincial standard around this. And the response from the provincial government was, well, let's just wait. Let's just wait. Let people go and enjoy the parks all throughout the summer, and we'll see what happens, and we'll, if we need to, come back and bring legislation in. But as pressure mounted, they eventually said, no, they were much more definitive. They were going to be bringing in legislation in the fall, to which we as opposition said we were willing and able to come back at any time in the summer to reconvene the legislature, to have a one-bill session and deal with this type of legislation in the immediate time frame, to reduce the confusion out there for the public and for municipalities on how they may choose to implement and deal with things like the public drug use in public spaces, as Bill 34 is attempting to do. And part of the confusion was there was a lot of confusion as to whether you needed provincial sign-off on the bylaws that municipalities were starting to bring forward. Did it need to be a health officer that signed off or not? Did it need to be the provincial government that signed off? If it was a public safety related bill, then no, you didn't need it. If it was a health related bylaw, you would need your local health authorities and health officers to consult and sign off on it. And that was a problem, because in my part of the world, in Kamloops, Interior Health was saying, no, we don't want anyone to do anything for at least 6 months, very much in line with what the provincial government was saying. So then you read Bill 34, and Clause 2 takes us right back to those days. It says that municipalities, if they would like to do bylaws around public consumption that may exceed what the provincial government is laying out in Bill 34, will be required to be consulting with those same health authorities and public health officers. It doesn't say that you have to get agreement from them. It doesn't say whether or not there's a veto or not. So that creates a problem of further confusion moving forward that people will have around this bill. So that's a problem, because again, when you look at the letters of requirement of what municipalities were supposed to, or sorry, the province was supposed to do in conjunction with decrim, certain areas weren't met, and there's a crucial piece that wasn't met that I think is indicative of how this government operates. And it's around results and lack thereof. And this government routinely makes grand statements and gestures and proclamations and changing around of titles of ministers and things of that nature, as if that is going to, in and of itself, make this dramatic change to see a better outcome for the public of British Columbia on any given topic. And why that's important with the letters requirements, and my colleague speaking before me pointed out the areas they fell short, but the one that's always bothered me is the baseline data that was supposed to be collected over the year leading up to decriminalization was supposed to be collected by this government. Because how do you have a pilot project, a 3-year study, whatever you want to call this experiment, that the 3-year approval was for, if you don't know what your starting measurables are? If you don't know what it is you're actually trying to track in the here and the now, to be able to look over the every 6 months or monthly or every year to say, is this system working? Is decriminalization working, or is it not? So you don't start with a base subset. And we were asking the government repeatedly in the spring to provide what those are, to provide even what they feel would be considered a success or a failure of decriminalization. What are we measuring, and what are we trying to move the needle on, so to speak? Is it death by overdose? Is it non-fatal overdose death numbers? Is it people into treatment? Is it people considered into recovery? What exactly are we trying to actually accomplish under decriminalization? Is it street disorder? Vandalism? Petty crime? Violent random crime? What exactly were we going to measure to put up against stats moving forward over the next 3 years? And then we find out very little of that was done, if any, to any substantive way. And we find that out just recently when the government declares that yet another thing they were supposed to do, which was regular reporting out, won't be happening. And certainly won't be happening in a very public and transparent way, and certainly not on the timelines and the frequency that they had originally agreed with. And I've said this many times over the years. I've said this many times in this chamber over the years as well. When a government, and I don't care what political stripe they are, and I don't care what level of government they are, municipal, provincial, federal, when they don't want what is happening to a program that they call a signature program talked about or easily accessible data, it's because it's failing. Because governments seem to have no problem finding a microphone and a podium if they want to tout successes. And so when you see a government continuing to stall and to refuse to provide even the basic of reporting, you know the system is failing. And so the cynic in me says Bill 34 is simply a way for them to try to change the channel again, to try to appear to be doing something because they know there's mounting frustrations in communities and in business districts and worry with parents without actually doing anything. And I can think of no better example of that than the title Minister of Mental Health and Addictions by this government. And I say that about all the ministers of mental health and addiction that this government has had to this point, because it was great fanfare that they launched that ministry when they took government. But results are what actually matters, especially in a public health emergency where it's literally life or death. And if we look at the lack of results that ministry has delivered under various ministers, it's shocking. And decriminalization is supposed to be the big way forward. Yet in the 7 years, very little has been done on recovery and treatment by this government, of trying to help people that are addicted due to workplace injuries, that don't want to wind up on the downtown east side, but actually can't access treatment. So instead of figuring out a way to get them treatment in a timely fashion and in a way that doesn't cost them money, this government's answer is to give them drugs. Hydromorphone, so-called safe supply. As much as they need, as much as they want. In fact, I was listening to one of the radio shows the other day. A gentleman from the Lower Mainland phoned in and he says, I want physiotherapy, but it's $125 a session for him, and the government won't cover that, but they'll give him pills. So instead, he gets the prescription filled. So it's not even just about treatment and recovery in the treatment and recovery from an addiction sense. It's this government's inability to give people with workplace injuries proper treatment that doesn't require them to be on opioids. And it's simply not good enough for this government to, on every single topic, try to now magically blame 20 years ago. As we heard today about the tragic death of that 13-year-old girl who would have been 6 years old when this government took office. Her addictions issues and her going down the path with hydromorphone and easy to access hydromorphone, government issued hydromorphone, in her short lifetime, sadly, was created under this government's watch. That's what's happening in real time. So when we launched our Better as Possible plan, as BC United, we were hoping the government would sincerely, we always get asked in opposition, well, what would you do differently? What was your plan? What would you guys do? Well, we spelled it out very clearly. In fact, it had people and groups that are not normally politically aligned with us in the least standing up and saying, this is credible, this is real, this is actionable, this is well thought out, this would actually be a game changer. The government has taken none of that and ran with it. But they will stand in this chamber and try to have moral superiority over everyone else and say that they know best, even though their 7-year track record would say they don't. That what they have done has been failing. And that's the problem with Bill 34. It's a reactionary piece because this government was so full steam ahead with their ideology on decriminalization, they refused to listen to people about safeguards, about public spaces, about trying, at least trying, to make sure our youth and our children know that opioids actually are dangerous. They're not a safe supply, no matter if it's pharmaceutical grade or made in a lab in somebody's basement. That it will addict them. That it will lead them down a very difficult path in life. You may not catch all of them. You certainly won't catch all of them with that messaging. But dear Lord, have we just got to a point where we don't even want to try? We're just conceding that kids will just do it? What is the downside to having all of that in place as decrim was rolled out? Where is the ramped up educational pieces that were supposed to be a part of decriminalization? Where is the enhanced access to recovery and treatment? It's very clear that ideologically this government just flat out doesn't agree with that. Because they've had 7 years and they haven't ramped any of that up. It's been a shell game of announcements. You have a Minister of Mental Health and Addictions that after 7 years basically has enough funding in their ministry for staff. Still needs approval from the Minister of Health for any substantive mental health and addictions work to be done. Window dressing. Past governments, it would have been the equivalent of having a highly trusted parliamentary secretary, not calling it a minister, because that's how much authority they have. They need a totally different minister to actually approve the funding for the programs and the things that they would like to see done within mental health and addictions. I'm not sure of any other minister that needs that from a fellow minister that's supposed to be on equal footing, other than perhaps the finance minister obviously approving budgets. Window dressing, hollow announcements, all while we're losing 6 people a day in climbing, year after year after year. And the best answer this government can muster is Bill 34 as a knee-jerk reaction after the fact, after making municipalities do all the heavy lifting to even get them here. Because let's make no mistake about it, this is not a piece of legislation that the government wanted to bring forward. They tried everything in their power not to bring this forward. And so they've made it as convoluted and as difficult moving forward for municipalities as they can. What people need in our communities is to know that the government is not going out of their way to try to get more people hooked on opioids. The Premier today was talking about suing the opioid companies for the opioid crisis in the first place. I can understand that. Who exactly does the Premier think is making hydromorphone? At the same time as the Premier is standing in this House talking tough about suing Big Pharma for what they did with opioids and people with working injuries and sports injuries getting hooked on opioids, who exactly does he think manufactures hydromorphone for their so-called safe supply program under decriminalization? And what exactly does he think hydromorphone's made from? Does he honestly think that there's other opioids that aren't addictive? Because that was kind of the sales pitch in the first place, last I checked. So this is the government's solution around drugs in playgrounds and public spaces and things of that nature. Let's take a decrim program where we're going to flood the market with pharmaceutical-grade drugs, opioids, sell them for 50 cents a pill, have the black market and the drug dealers market them to high school students as safe. So instead of a high school student's entry-level drug using used to be like pot and things of that nature, no, let's jump it straight to opioids because it's so-called safe. And what we know, sadly, after years of watching things unfold on our streets, is that at a certain point, the high these users are getting from the opioids isn't the high they want anymore. It's fentanyl. And so what's happening with the sale of these safe supply pills? The money goes to help the person buy their fentanyl. And it's a poison drug supply for many, absolutely, that think they're taking something different than they're getting. But fentanyl is also, and I think we have to be honest about this, the drug of choice by many. And they're willfully playing Russian roulette with that drug every time they get high. It's not a rational decision because they're not thinking clearly. Now, I see the leader of the Green Party disagrees with me, and that's fine. And I'm not making absolute statements, but there are very clear, when you talk to anyone that works with street entrenched people and drug-addicted people that are desperate for help and desperate for their next high, that fentanyl is the drug of choice for a lot of those people. And they do know the consequence. It doesn't make it that they don't understand and right that they're taking such a risk to get high. They need help. And help doesn't, and that's the point, help doesn't actually exist to a level for them in British Columbia. And so Bill 34 may help address some steps in terms of helping to move people along, helping police to interact. It's interesting that this government, after insisting certain elements of decrim had to be in place with Bill 34, are willing to acknowledge that things like seizing of drugs is back on the table if you happen to be in those areas. Interesting, because if you start to look at the bubble zones they've created with this, you very much are going back to pre-decrim days, despite this government wanting to say that's what they're actually finally recognizing and doing. But again, without enhancements on those engagement pieces for people, where exactly are the police directing these people to in communities? That's the part the government doesn't want to talk about. There's more to harm reduction than just the provision of the drug itself. And so without that free, fast, and direct access to treatment, recovery, supports, this is just another piece of window dressing by this government to try to backtrack quickly and acknowledge some of the errors they've made without actually admitting they've made errors. So it'll be interesting as we get into committee stage, finding out how exactly this will impact municipalities, what powers they truly will have or not have, what type of provisions in Clause 2 specifically, how that will actually play out in real time in terms of, it's one thing to consult with, what does that mean? What does it mean for a municipality and a public health officer having a disagreement after that consultation is over as to the next steps? So I look forward to those phases. I do think the one thing, is safe to say, especially from that all-party health committee, is that people do in this chamber want to see people, the carnage, stop. But there's a difference between wanting something to happen, especially if you're in government, and a government taking appropriate steps and actions to actually change what we're seeing happening. And by every measure, by every measurable, as much as this government doesn't like to be held to measurables and actual results, on this issue, sadly, they're failing. And we've talked repeatedly in this chamber about overdose deaths. The spike of non-fatal overdoses is shocking in and of itself as well. And the impacts that puts on our first responders, and the trauma it puts on our first responders, and the cost pressures it puts on our municipalities. So without any actual meaningful change to a philosophy from the government benches, I'm hard-pressed to see how Bill 34 will do much to make a better situation out of what we currently have. But at least it's a step, frankly, in a direction that we've certainly been calling for on our side for a long time. But I would refer people back to our Better as Possible plan. So when they listen to these debates and these speeches and say, oh, the opposition, what would they do differently? It's spelled out right there. You actually would have access to treatment, and it would be free. It would be treated like the health emergency it actually is. And that would actually make a difference to a lot of people and a lot of families that are desperate for help for their loved ones. Desperate for help for their loved ones that do have an addiction. They're high-functioning addictions perhaps right now, and I say right now because that only lasts for so long a lot of times. And so, we have to recognize, as with most things in life, there's varying degrees of this, and people have different needs. Someone that has been entrenched on the downtown east side for years upon years is going to need a different type of access point than someone that is starting to miss work, has been injured on the job, might still be off of work, managing the injury, taking care of the injury, and as the caller on the radio said, would actually like access to physiotherapy, not just a jar of pills from the government. So there are a lot of ways this can be addressed, but you need a government willing to actually do that and not just talk about it. And results ultimately are what matter. And literally, in this case, life and death. So I thank you for the time on Bill 34, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Shuswap.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. It certainly gives me a lot of pride to rise in the House today and speak to Bill 34. I can't believe how we got to this point. How is it that the government, in any way, shape, or form, felt that allowing the open use of heroin, cocaine, or fentanyl in parks and beaches and public spaces was in any way acceptable? Many of our parks and playgrounds They have bylaws. You can't smoke a cigarette. You can't have open consumption of alcohol. But only the NDP government would make the determination that somehow the open use of drugs in parks, playgrounds, and beaches was somehow a good idea. And it's interesting, government talks about the need to do consultation. Well, where was the consultation with the Union of BC municipalities? Where's the consultation with the communities that each of us in this chamber represent to talk about whether this was going to be an acceptable form of behavior in many of our parks? You know, parks where we take our children, and now I'm taking my grandchildren, that's the last thing that most individuals want to have their children or grandchildren exposed to. And so it's very concerning that we've even got to this point. And so Bill 34 is largely to try and correct and remedy errors that this government made when they initially put forward the legislation. And those errors exist because they did not do the consultation. They never reached out to families to have a look at what the public engagement and what public perception would be in the communities that we all represent. You know, as my colleague, the member for Kamloops North Thompson, was sharing, you know, this is absolutely tragic. 2,300 lives a year, 13,000 since the state of emergency was initially initiated back in, I believe, in 2016. 13,000 people. Sons, daughters, aunts, uncles, mothers, fathers, grandparents. It's absolutely horrific, the toll that it is taking, not just on the families directly involved, but their extended families, our first responders, and what are all of the other costs associated with that. Mental disorder claims in the healthcare services sector are up 500%. 500% in the last 5 years. Rising from a cost of $39 million a year to last year $197 million a year in WorkSafe BC claims associated with mental disorder claims. A significant portion attributed to a lot of the carnage that first responders are seeing on our streets. My colleague from Abbotsford South last year, in speaking about the legalization of use of illicit drugs in BC, said, you can't even buy a package of cigarettes without looking at a dead person staring back at you. There's all kinds of warnings. But what do people hear around government's decision? Safe supply. Kids don't hear drugs are toxic, drugs are incredibly addictive. Our children are hearing that drugs are safe. It's safe supply. How harmful could it be? Government's actually issuing it. And so the point that, that both my colleagues shared around Dilaudid, a highly addictive drug, pharmaceutical drug, that's being doled out, and now as we're hearing, being sold on the streets for $2 and $3 and $5 a pill. My cousin lives in Langley, and he's got two wonderful kids. They're high school age kids. And I was chatting with them last spring, and they shared with me that Uncle Greg, he said, you know, 2 years ago, we didn't see drugs at any parties. People showed up with drugs. Everybody, the kids were so concerned about the potential contamination of fentanyl that anybody that showed up with drugs were shunned from parties and kicked out. But that narrative has changed. What's happening now is kids are showing up at parties. It's safe supply. It's government issued. You can take this stuff and it's not going to kill you. Give it a try. So as much as there's a desire to maybe provide drugs for those users that are not going to be laced with fentanyl, what's happening is government is bringing in a whole new cohort of recreational users. Dilaudid, well, guess what the kids are all calling it? Dillies. How dangerous could a dilly be? And if you can get it from $2 to $5 a pill, gets you high as hell, and it's safe, it's not going to kill you. Guess what kids are doing? They're dabbling in it. Nobody uses drugs with the idea of becoming an addict. It happens, they try it, maybe it was a bit of a good time, but guess what happens? They end up getting addicted, and then they move on to other stronger drugs. And when the legislation came forward and government decided to go down this very dangerous path, with the support of the current federal government, I might add, at least the federal government had the initiative to identify some guardrails and said, look, before the province of BC and the NDP government moved forward with this very dangerous program, they need to have the proper metrics. Because if you don't have the metrics, if you can't measure it, you certainly can't manage it. How are we going to measure and determine that this program is actually successful? How are we going to know if it's working or not working? Well, they didn't do the work. This government failed to do the work to really fully understand how many people were using, what the rates were for different age cohorts. And so here we are. They've jumped ahead without the proper guardrails in place, and we have no way of making any determination whether this program, this path this government is on, is actually helping or harming the population of BC. We only have to look south of the border to the state of Oregon, that when they moved towards decriminalization, had a 34% increase in overdose deaths in the first year alone. And I don't imagine we're too far off. Those people that want to find help can't find it. You know, mental health and addictions, we see those two phrases or conditions used synonymously all the time. And for many individuals that have underlying mental health challenges, without the proper psychiatric support, which you cannot get in this province, 6 to 9 months waiting time. Even if your child needs help, it's at least 3 months before they get the support that they need. So when people are suffering, pain and anguish, depression, anxiety, what do? Many of them self-medicate. You know, Honourable Speaker, it's really scary to think where we are at in society today. What's the drinking age in British Columbia? 19, last time I checked. RCMP happened to come across some kids drinking in a park. Maybe they got a case of beer, maybe a Mickey of whiskey. Guess what? The RCMP constable confiscates the alcohol, can give the kids a charge for minor in possession, certainly can call their parents. Kids will have to appear in court to answer for the charges. But hey, if you got 2.5 grams of cocaine, fentanyl, or heroin in your wallet, not a problem. The RCMP can't even confiscate it. Now, how is that possible? How did this government determine that 18 was the valid age for somebody to carry heroin, cocaine, or fentanyl in their pocket with no consequences whatsoever? But you can't have a bottle of wine or a case of beer. That is how out of touch this government is with what's happening in this province. Honourable Speaker, I, probably not unlike many here, know of individuals or families that have been stricken by the loss of somebody from a drug overdose. And this isn't helping. It's bringing more people in. Recreational use of drugs, do you think this government's measuring that? Do you think they might have thought that this might be a good, important measurement to take before they move forward on this very dangerous path of legalizing the possession of small amounts of heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl? No, they didn't do the work. I'll guarantee you, I bet money on it, big money on it, that recreational use is up in British Columbia. Up significantly. And maybe we're not going to see a huge spike in opioid deaths tomorrow, but we are creating the scenario where a huge amount of our youth are now starting to use dillies. Because how dangerous could a dilly be that's provided by government and they call it safe supply? It's absolutely offensive, and this government should back down, and they should move away from this very dangerous program that they've adopted. Honourable Speaker, I could go on at great length, but I hope that the members here listening get a bit of a sense of the concern that many of us have for our communities, our loved ones, our families, our community, because this is going to end very, very badly. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to speak to Bill 41, Restricting Public Consumption and Illegal Substances Act. I've listened with interest to the Minister's introduction of the bill at second reading and to the members of the official opposition who have spoken to it today. It is not a straightforward or particularly easy topic to speak to. And we've heard a lot of somewhat inflammatory comments today, and I am hoping to be able to speak a bit more to data than anecdotes when we talk about this topic. The minister, when he introduced second reading, said, "This is a health matter. We have to approach it with compassion and empathy. The government has spent $1 billion. The government has heard concerns, particularly from local governments, about public drug use, and that people want to feel safe." And then the minister said that the legislature will treat decriminalized drugs similar to tobacco and cannabis. However, at that point, I'd like to point out that people aren't dying from a single use of tobacco or cannabis, as they are from unregulated and highly poisonous illicit drug supply. And he indicated that they would be asked to leave the area where they're using and go to an overdose prevention site or safe consumption site. Were it to be so simple, Honourable Speaker, there just simply isn't that kind of infrastructure that exists in BC at this point. I want to start by speaking to the decriminalization pilot project that is underway in BC. And one of the main goals of this project was to destigmatize people who use drugs. It's unfortunate, even in this debate, we've heard comments that are certainly stigmatizing of people who use drugs. We've seen historically the harsh impacts of prohibition. The stigma and the shame associated with substance use has pushed many people to use alone, where we know the majority of deaths occur. By walking back decriminalization without robust services and spaces for people to consume substances safely, we're doing the opposite of the intended goals. We're perpetuating the narrative that drug users are scary and dangerous. And without accessible safe consumption sites in every jurisdiction, this bill is simply pushing people who use drugs out of sight. As a historian, I always like to look back at the context and what got us to a place like this. In 1876, the Canadian government introduced the first Indian Act. After dispossessing and destroying the homelands of so many Indigenous communities, those remaining were forced onto reserves. Their movements were restricted, and a pass system was used for any Indigenous people who sought to leave designated areas. This system replicated a similar story that unraveled across countless areas around the globe as a result of colonization. A narrative persisted that there were groups of people who were classified as undesirable. They were forbidden from entering places in which the dominant and privileged society occupied. This narrative has continued to persist today, from the reserve systems to the movements to incarcerate and punish certain classes of people. Think back to Japanese internment camps, the various phases of the Chinese head tax, and more recently, the role that institutions have played in removing people with mental health issues from the body politic. During Expo 86, over 1,000 people were evicted from their homes in the downtown East Side with barely any notice. These low-income residents were removed from their homes without anywhere to go, to make way for the millions of visitors coming to experience Expo 86. Dispossession and displacement have a long history in this country and in this province, built on a narrative that there are people who do not deserve the same rights to home, freedom, security, safety that others have. In Vancouver in the 1970s, the communities of Hogan's Alley were faced with similar displacement. Hogan's Alley was a vibrant, diverse community of predominantly Black residents and businesses. This community was destroyed for the creation of the Georgia Viaduct. Throughout much of North America, quote, urban renewal pushed mostly communities of color out of their homes and communities. Displaced and dispersed, these communities fractured in the name of urban renewal and progress. Our province, this country, have a long history of displacing and dispossessing people of their land and homes, and it is crucial to recognize this history, to understand this narrative being continued in this bill. This legislation appears to recreate and amplify the same narrative that there is a class of people who should not be occupying public spaces. I'm concerned and have heard concerns from bylaw officers and police officers about the confusion that this bill will create, the onus it puts on police, and the extreme discretion of police that this legislation justifies. For over a century since the banning of opium, the law enforcement bodies of this country have been instructed and obligated to crack down on Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Reports, inquiries, commissions, Supreme Court rulings have raised the critical issue of the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in carceral systems. A Statistics Canada report detailing the incarceration rates of 2021 and 2022 found that Indigenous incarceration rate is about 9 times higher than that of non-Indigenous people. First Nations people represented 15.4% of toxic drug deaths in 2022, and yet comprise only 3.3% of BC's population. The aim of decriminalization pilot project is to destigmatize people who use drugs by recognizing the long, fraught, and complex history of substance use. The provincial and federal governments committed to try to change the stigma that hard drug use has surrounding it. A Pathway to Hope, published in 2019, in the Pathway to Hope, the Ministry of Mental Health and Addiction states, quote, research suggests that stigma prevents 40% of people with anxiety or depression from seeking help, a trend that is magnified when put under a lens of cultural, gender, ethnicity, age, poverty, and sexual and gender identity factors. In the case of substance use and addiction, given the negative view society has about people who use drugs, the stigma and multiple barriers to access care can be even more problematic. The decriminalization pilot project is a key aspect in destigmatizing people who use drugs. In the Stop Overdose campaign, the ministry states, quote, often, people are unable to access life-saving supports and services because they are worried about being arrested or having their drugs seized if they reach out. By decriminalizing people who use small amounts of drugs, BC aims to break down barriers that prevent people from getting help. I won't disagree with members of the official opposition who pointed out that in bringing in the decriminalization pilot project, the government didn't do the work necessary to ensure that local governments understood and had the supports and services available in their communities, and that there was the infrastructure already in place to support people. What we heard over and over again in the Health Committee, which was a committee that had more input than any other committee in BC, was that there aren't the supports, there isn't the infrastructure, that there aren't safe consumption sites, that there aren't access to services and supports available to people in this province. The introduction of this legislation creates renewed stigma. Peers and people with lived experience have stated that Bill 34 galvanizes the belief that drug users are a dangerous class of people, and as they are undesirable, they should not be permitted to occupy public spaces with the same level of dignity afforded to others. Specifically, this legislation targets unhoused community members. It is not dissimilar to the narrative of mandatory treatment. Both are glaring examples of policy goals that do not center the people most affected. It's clear this legislation is not a matter of listening to and helping people who use substances or people with mental health challenges. It's a matter of trying to push these people out of sight. And I think we need to be honest about the role that politics is playing. We're willing to point at people who are the most marginalized in our province and then say we just need to solve that problem. These people are in these situations because government has failed to address the root causes of these problems: ever-growing inequality, lack of affordability, a growing housing crisis, unaddressed mental health and trauma, lack of care and belonging in society. This is an example of legislation that is aiming to respond to a symptom of a growing number of intersecting crises rather than the crises themselves. Politicians are okay to direct anger and resentment towards the most vulnerable. The world we should be striving for is one in which there is no homelessness, where people don't need to use in public spaces because there are enough safe consumption sites, where people feel a part of their communities, where they can access the supports they desire when they want. These people have fallen through ever-widening cracks of the social safety system, a net that has become a high wire, and it's scarring. When somebody loses housing, loses a community member, a family member, a friend, when they experience trauma or violence, when they are unable to find shelter, at each loss there is scarring, and people get to the place that the scarring is so deep that it's hard to function. And drug use can be a response to that scarring and the brutal circumstances that people are facing. I've heard from people in my community who've said to me, until I had a secure place to sleep at night, my only two questions throughout the day were, where am I sleeping tonight? Where am I getting my drugs? The fact that we are not reckoning with the impact that it has on people to not sleep. I've brought this up before, but the lack of sleep, the lack of the ability to sleep safely, securely, to know that you can go to sleep and that you're not going to be hurt or assaulted or robbed. This is not just a basic human dignity. This is a human need. It is a human right. And we are not meeting that human right in BC in staggering numbers. I want to hear others in this House reflect on what it does to a human being to not have the security to sleep at night, or being forced to sleep in a place that is unsafe. People who use drugs are not bad people. Challenging circumstances, unresolved mental health and trauma, addiction, lack of housing, and poverty are all compounding factors in a toxic drug crisis that, as we've heard over and over, has killed 13,000 people since the emergency was declared in this province. It's become normalized for this many people to die in our society. How did we get there, to hear the death toll and take no action, to essentially have no response now, month after month? We are a province that does not have enough safe places to go, that does not have enough safe consumption sites. Some communities have nothing. Overdose prevention services that meet people's needs are essential. Since 2017, inhalation has been the primary mode of consumption for drug poisoning deaths, not injection, smoking. This year alone, over 65% of drug poisoning deaths were caused by inhalation. And yet, throughout this province, there are only 19 safe consumption sites that accommodate smoking. So when the minister, in introducing second reading this afternoon, said that people would be encouraged to move along and go to a safe consumption site, there are only 19 of those in the entire province that can accommodate people who use their drugs by smoking them. 19. The Chief Coroner of BC, Lisa Lapointe, has regularly stated that the criminalization of drug use has failed at all levels. There's no evidence that there has been an increase in substance use in public places listed by this legislation. We hear a lot of anecdotes. And yes, absolutely, as a parent, playgrounds, absolutely want to be a safe place for my child and my children's children, eventually. But it's not drug users that we have to point to when we see people feeling unsafe in their communities. It is the fact that we collectively, as a society, have created these gaps in our social safety net that are so huge that more and more people are falling through them. That's why we feel unsafe. That's what people, of course, are upset seeing this glaring poverty, this glaring need in our communities, in our cities and towns. Of course, we are all upset by that. But blaming the people who have been failed, that's not the solution here. The contents of this bill also do not reflect the recommendations of the All-Party Health Committee. The All-Party Health Committee committed to listening to and learning from experts, from people with lived experience, and people working on the front lines. It was powerful and devastating to be a member of that committee. To work alongside my colleagues, work towards devising solutions that we could all agree to, that we could present to the government and say, you've got all parties on side. You can move. Go. We heard time and time again that we needed to approach this crisis differently because what we've done so far has not been working. The Health Committee's final report was released in November of 2022. It included 37 recommendations on how to address the drug poisoning crisis. Those recommendations included, number one, rapidly scale up a flexible, evidence-based low-barrier, comprehensive continuum of care that spans the social determinants of health, prevention and education, harm reduction, safer supply, treatment and recovery, and includes housing, employment and income, and mental health supports, defined goals, metrics and timelines, clear accountability mechanisms, and regular reporting on the results. Another of the recommendations, fully integrate people who use or who have used drugs into the development and implementation of new policies and programs that directly impact them and their peers, including youth, 2SLGBTQIA+ people, Indigenous people, rural and remote residents, parents, people working in the trades, in transportation, or as equipment operators, people with mental health challenges, and people who are experiencing homelessness. Recommendation number 6, increase funding for an expanded, affordable, and accessible continuum of housing options for individuals at all stages of substance use, including supportive housing programs that provide wraparound supports, and develop a toolkit of best practices for supportive housing initiatives to ensure success and community support if we want our communities to feel safer, and I think we all agree on that. Make them safe for everybody, including people right now who feel the most unsafe, I will argue, and that is people who are unhoused. 9, recommendation number 9, urgently ensure the availability of province-wide standardized in terms of resourcing, operating, and evaluating parameters harm reduction services, including overdose prevention and drug checking services, and develop community building measures to overcome local opposition. One example of a solution in real time that addresses these multitude of issues is the Village Project in the Cowichan Valley. I was there this morning with the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, hosted by the mayor and the operators of the Village Project, Lookout Housing, and Cowichan Housing Association. 35 pods in 3 groups, so 12, 12, 11. Everybody has their own sleeping pod. The door locks, the window opens. There's heat. There's a table, a desk. And then each pod has a collective eating area, shared bathroom facilities, shower facilities. Staff on site 24 hours a day. And meals provided. Pharmacists visit several times a day to meet the needs of people, healthcare. And one of the things that we heard this morning, and I've heard several times about the Village Project, is that for people to begin to be able to access the services that are available, the Village is an example of where those services can come to the people where they're at. The visits that I've made to this site, there's a real pride of the people that are working there about the success of the residents. And there's a real hopefulness that this is now a proven project. It's demonstrated to be successful. Kelowna and Campbell River are looking at it as a project that they want to take on, as a model they want to take on. But it's more than just providing housing. It's providing stabilization, it's providing access to healthcare. It's a recovery approach to meeting people's needs. And I think in communities all across BC, government should be scaling up its funding to the providers that can demonstrate that they can replicate a model just like this. People go from sometimes years or even decades of being unhoused, succeed at the Village project, and then move into other forms of housing. And it's culturally safe. The elders from Cowichan tribes visit the site. There's ceremony. And the approach is informed by the residents. So it's not a one-size-fits-all, but it really takes into account that these are human beings, whole human beings. And to be treated with dignity and respect and compassion can go a long way for a person who's been lacking that in their lives. We know as well that a large number of people who are going to be affected by this legislation are in fact people who have already been failed by government, that youth who age out of care have an extremely high rate of homelessness, are at risk of drug use, are at risk of incarceration. And I think it's really important for us to recognize that a lot of people that we see have been failed by multiple systems, have often been failed specifically by a government system that was meant to protect them and did the opposite. And this is why I really worry about some of the rhetoric that we're hearing around drug use right now, because it takes us back to a place of stigmatizing, of blaming people, of dehumanizing, and we can see the truly deadly outcomes of that approach. One of the things that we've been calling for, and I hear the opposition, I'm the designated speaker as well on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member.
We've heard from the official opposition about the need to scale up treatment. And yes, that is absolutely an important goal and outcome. But I will argue, and I will go back to the 2016 Death Review Panel and the coroner's recommendations then, that we should not scale up anything until it has been properly regulated and until we can be assured that what is being offered as addictions treatment is evidence-based. Because right now, and the coroner pointed this out and has pointed it out over and over again, anybody can hang up a shingle and call themselves an addictions counselor or offer addictions treatment. They don't need to have had any training. They don't need to have any evidence that their program is going to be successful, and they do not need to provide any data as to whether it is successful. And so we are further putting at risk people who are already underserved by government, to say the least, and by society. And so I really strongly urge this government to take those recommendations. 8 years now that the coroner has been making this recommendation and this call, to ensure that what is generally agreed to, there's been declared a health emergency. If we are taking a healthcare approach to this, which we should, I don't think any of us would be comfortable seeking healthcare in any other facet and thinking nobody is regulating the delivery of this healthcare. That the person providing me with a service that is being called healthcare has no responsibility and no oversight as to whether that service is going to help me or harm me. And I think that this is absolutely a critical and essential step that this government needs to take and to take it very seriously. The BC Centre for Disease Control data indicates, this is from 2019, that between 156,000 and 221,000 people use unregulated substances in a given year. Almost 250,000 people in BC using unregulated substance. And that's from experimental use to social recreational use to regular use. And when we talk about substance use, often in here in particular, we're generally talking about people who have substance use dependency or who are using substances regularly. And yet we know that for a number of the people who die every year in this province, they are not regularly using substances. A lot of them, it might be the experimental, and for others, it might be the recreational. And I think that it's really important for us to keep that data in mind when we're talking about this issue. Other data from the BC Centre for Disease Control, next door to us, Alberta, which has not embarked on a decriminalization pilot project as we have, the overdose mortality rates are essentially the same as BC. I think that's really important to keep in mind with the rhetoric that is happening. The other piece of information and data that has come, which is that since March 2020, there's no significant increase in people being newly diagnosed with an opioid use disorder in BC. There's no significant increase in hydromorphone-only drug toxicity deaths in BC. And no relationship, according to BC Centre for Disease Control, between hydromorphone dispensation volumes and new cases of opioid use disorder in BC. So it's really important that we look at the data and the information that's available to us to ensure that we are stating accurately what the reality is in British Columbia. Rates of new diagnoses of opioid use disorder among youth under 19 are low compared to other age groups and in fact declining in the last year. Prescription opioid dispensations have been declining in BC since 2011, and defined daily dose of high-potency opioids per 1,000 persons declined 49.5% in BC between 2011 and 2018. Considering the use of substances in this province, I think one of the things that's really important and has been documented is the rise of the use of crystal methamphetamine. It was the most commonly reported substance use since 2019. And that the deaths in BC continue to be driven by fentanyl, but also by now there is a lot of polysubstance use, benzodiazepines and stimulants in the illicit drug supply, which are very dangerous. I bring this data and evidence from BC CDC because I think it is important for us as elected representatives to evaluate policies and ensure that government is making decisions based on evidence and science. The evidence in the report from BC CDC finds that most persons who've had a fatal overdose were not engaged in treatment, did not have a diagnosed opioid use disorder, and that more people are dying of smoking than ever. Prescription opioids, prescribed safer supply, are not primary drivers of the unregulated drug poisoning crisis. It is the unregulated street supply that is killing people and there are not nearly enough places to consume substances safely throughout this province. One of the things that we heard over and over again during the Health Committee was how easy it is to access the illicit drug supply in this province. It is, we heard that from everyone, from medical health officers to people's lived experience. It is unbelievably easy and terribly easy to access the unregulated, illicit, very poisonous drug supply in this province. And that should be a concern. We've done collectively a lot of work, Honourable Speaker, to create plans and solutions on how to address this crisis, but this legislation does not reflect the science, the history, nor the recommendations of the All-Party Health Committee. Our questions include who was consulted in forming this legislation. People with lived and living experience with substance use have raised serious concerns about how decriminalization was approached in the first place. And it appears the government is not making decisions based on science, nor the people who are more directly impacted by the drug war, the drug poisoning crisis, the war on poor people, and the housing crisis. We're told one story, that unprecedented work has been undertaken to address this crisis, and yet, still every day, 6 people are killed by a toxic drug supply, and it has become normalized to see this drastic and dramatic loss of life. There are many facets to this problem, and we won't fix them all immediately. But if we can agree that what we don't want to see is public drug use, that is something that can be solved, but not through this legislation. We need safe consumption sites available and accessible in every community, and these services must meet people's needs where they're at. No jurisdiction has arrested their way out of this problem, and we heard that on the committee. We heard that from law enforcement, that we will not arrest ourselves out of this crisis. Until these necessary and reasonable supports are in place, we can't support this bill, which isn't good enough to save the lives of people dying in record numbers in British Columbia every single day. I think it's really important for us to recognize that what is being framed as a drug problem is actually, in many cases, a poverty problem. And that poverty problem continues to grow in this province. And until we address the human right for housing for everybody, we are going to see this growing sense of insecurity pervade all of our communities. And that insecurity can only be solved by us collectively agreeing that we can and must meet people's basic needs in this province. We absolutely can. It's not that there isn't enough to go around. And I want us to recognize, and I think we can all agree on this, that we should and must be a province that does not accept homelessness as just a natural offshoot of our economy or part of what happens when we let market forces take over our housing. Homelessness and the deaths that we're seeing from the toxic drug crisis are policy choices. And so it's our policy choices in here that are necessary to solve these crises. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Oh, I see the member for Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to offer my comments on Bill 34 as well. And listening to the previous speaker, the leader of the Green Party, I agree. This is a health issue, and but it is also a public safety issue. And it's the requirement of government to ensure that the public is safe. Our communities are safe, our playgrounds are safe, our schools are safe. And with unregulated use of intoxicants like drugs, it becomes a safety issue for the students, as we've seen in several circumstances. So I also agree with the member of the Green Party when she says that we can't arrest ourselves out of the situation that we're in. 100% agree, but we can't ignore it either. And that's what's happening. That people walk by individuals that are intoxicated under the influence of drugs or alcohol, and they ignore it. And they ask them to move on, as this legislation, as these amendments suggest. But what if they don't? And there's not much that can be done in these kinds of situations here. And it adds to the problems that we see on the streets. So, the police ignore it because they are powerless. There are no facilities for them to take individuals to if they happen to be passed out, intoxicated with drugs. They phone an ambulance, and the ambulance show up and they administer naloxone if the police haven't already done that, or the fire department administers naloxone. But it doesn't change the situation at all. It was a health minister and myself back in 2016 when we declared the initial state of emergency with respect to the number of people that were dying on the streets from opiate overdoses, and particularly fentanyl. And the situation has got progressively worse since then. We've stated in our better as possible policies looking forward that we need addictions and recovery centers. We need psychiatric treatment centers for individuals that are suffering both from addictions and some type of mental illness as well. We don't have those. And I am shocked and dismayed that the government has not implemented something along those lines years ago to address the number of people that are passing away. There was a friend of the family that very close to us and very close to my own children, a young fellow that was in his 30s that had overdosed on fentanyl. And he was in hospital for a number of weeks recovering before he finally took his final overdose and passed away. And I asked him, I said, why do you do this when you know that the ultimate situation could lead to death? And he looked at me and he was very respectful. He always called me Mr. Morris. And he said, because there is no high like it. There is nothing better than the feeling that I get from taking this particular drug. And that's a situation that has led to fentanyl becoming the drug of choice for opiate addicted individuals right across this province, right across this country. And it is the drug of choice, regardless of what some folks want to suggest. I've got family members involved in policing the communities in BC, and that's the information that they get as well from individuals who are users. And if it is the drug of choice, it's cheap to make. The people that are supplying fentanyl to the addicted community that we have can get the precursors for making fentanyl cheap. And they can produce copious quantities of fentanyl and spread it across the country. And a lot of that appears to be done without any hesitation because, one of the tools that police have with respect to trafficking is being able to seize smaller quantities of the drugs off of street traffickers and who are peddling it for the bigger pushers and whatnot. So we're eliminating a lot of the tools that police have. And this bill does nothing to enhance that. It does nothing to give the capability to police to help these individuals, regardless, again, what people think. They talk about decriminalization and the stigma attached to the criminalization of drugs. Police in British Columbia haven't charged people with simple possession of drugs, doesn't matter what kind of drug it is, for years. probably more than a decade in this province. So decriminalization is a non-starter in the police communities. We haven't, the police haven't done this, and the stigma is not so much as any criminal part that might have a part to play. The subsequent selling or of stolen property, stealing stolen property to support a drug habit, that's part of the stigma. But the real stigma is the fact that they are addicted and they don't know what to do about it. They don't have the ability to go to government and say, I want to go into a treatment center right now. I need to go in right now in order to preserve my health and to get better down the road. And so that is where the stigma, people are ashamed that they are an addict in a lot of cases, and they don't know who to turn to for help. And so, you know, that's one of the main issues. One of the things that isn't talked about in this bill, and I haven't heard anybody speak about it so far during this second reading, is the number of individuals who are addicted to opiates and are taking drugs on a routine basis that end up with acquired brain injury as a result of overdosing. And the member that spoke before me talked about some of the statistics that the Canadian Centre for Disease Control have with the amount of people that are using. But one of the statistical pieces of information I saw with the center a couple of years ago, and I was shocked by it, was the number of overdoses that relate to acquired brain injury that eventually lead to death, unfortunately, in a lot of individuals. But it's in the tens of thousands of people that overdose end up with acquired brain injury. And if they overdose 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 times, of course, that could very much lead to death. But it leads to an increased level of brain injury to the point where a lot of individuals can no longer function on their own. And they need that compassion and that care that our Better as Possible provision will provide, where we will have the regional psychiatric centers that we can place people in there and get them to some level of, you know, wean them off of whatever drug they might be on, so a proper diagnosis of their mental issues can be undertaken. And I've had a family member that it took close to a year to wean the individual off of the drugs that they were on in order to do a proper psychiatric assessment and diagnosis of their issues. And but until we do that, we're going to continue to have these poor, unfortunate individuals dying on our streets or passing out in the cold weather.
Noting the hour, member.
Noting the hour, Speaker, I reserve my place and move to adjourn the debate.
Member, you heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader. Sorry, Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Section A reports progress on Bill 31 and task leaves to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting, Speaker.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Member, you heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.